I'd like to call this meeting of the Common Council to order for June 10th. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Flaherty.
Here.
Stossberg.
Here.
Piedmont Smith.
Here.
Zulik.
Here.
Vasari.
Here.
Daly.
Here.
Rallo.
Here.
Ruff. Rosenbarger.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, the agendas are posted there. There's some printed out there. We have quite a few items for second reading today, in addition to the many other things. Are there any motions for the agenda?
I move to amend the agenda to move the reading of Ordinance 2026-12 so that it is considered immediately after Resolution 2026-10.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll on that? As discussion points, Councilmember Stossberg.
I guess I don't necessarily have that huge a concern, except that that's an agenda item that a lot of people might have wanted to do public comment on. And I guess I'm just concerned that people, especially who might be online, might be arriving late, knowing that it's toward the end of the agenda. Is that a concern for anybody else?
I thought it was actually being kind by trying to move it faster so that people could be done with their night sooner who were looking to comment.
All right. I mean, if that's not a concern for anybody else, then that's.
Okay, any other comments? Fantastic. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes.
Stossberg.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Zulik.
Yes.
Vasari.
Yes.
Daly.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Do we have any minutes for approval?
No.
Seeing none, we will move on to reports. Do any council member have reports? Seeing none, we will move on to reports from the ESD department. Take it away.
Do you have the slide deck for the presentation? Okay, thank you. All right, I'm Jane Cooper-Smith, Director of Economic and Sustainable Development for the City of Bloomington. My colleague, Andrea De La Rosa, is also here this evening, and I think we'll be cruising in to pick up this presentation at some point. So this evening, we will present the 2025 Tax Abatement Compliance Report, which fulfills a statutory reporting requirement. I will also present information on active pilots, and then we will be happy to receive questions at the end of the presentation. Oh, there she is. I'll just pass the mic to my colleague if she's ready. Do you want that? Okay, thanks.
Thank you for your patience.
Or do you want me to do that? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Andrea De La Rosa, Assistant Director for Small Business Development. Tonight I'll present the 2025 Tax Abatement Compliance Report, which fulfills the Indiana statutory reporting requirement. Director Cooper-Smith will present information on active pilots. We will be happy to receive questions at the end of the presentation. This evening we'll cover a summary of the tax abatement program, economic impact of abatements, review of active pilots. The Economic Development Commission unanimously approved this report on June 2nd, 2026. To keep the presentation within the allotted time, the overview section will be omitted, but retained in the slide deck for public reference. Supporting materials are included in your packet in an accessible format. What is a tax abatement? A tax abatement temporarily reduces taxes on new investment in real or personal property. It applies only to the increment, the increase in assessed value due to the project. The property's original value continues to be taxed. Eligibility and approval. Projects must be located in a designated economic revitalization area. Some residential projects also require designation as an economic development target area. Approval involves review by city staff, a formal recommendation for the Economic Development Commission, and final designation and authorization by the Common Council through a public process. Most abatements last 1 to 10 years and follow a sliding scale. Personal property abatements can go up to 20 years. State law allows for alternative schedules if justified by the project. Each application includes an SB1 form, which sets baseline projections for investment, assessed value, job creation, and wages. We also evaluate community-focused goals such as affordable housing, sustainability, full-time employment, and contributions to local character. Roles and responsibility in tax abatement approvals. This is the compliance review process. The staff reviews, EDC recommends, Common Council authorizes, and county administers. Projects are monitored annually through CF1 filings. Staff evaluates actual performance against SB1 commitments. Projects are classified as compliant, substantially compliant, and non-compliant. The EDC forwards the report to the council for final action, where the council may approve abatements as compliant or substantially compliant, or request a hearing to consider a finding of non-compliance. Relevant departments such as HAND also review specific commitments, including affordable housing requirements. A hearing is required for any non-compliance finding, as the council must determine whether unmet commitments resulted from factors within the company's control. The economic impact overview. New real personal property investment. $539 million in proposed investment, $411 million in actual investment. Assessed value increased from $164 million to $203 million. This increase meets the but-for standard. These gains wouldn't have occurred without the abatements. Jobs and wages. Projects reported 1,938 total jobs and $152 million in salaries. While some fell short of job targets, several exceed wage projections, indicating fewer but higher paying jobs. For example, Catalan's average full-time wages are around $81,000. Affordable housing outcomes. Abatements also supported deeply affordable housing. New Urban Station, 15 affordable units at or below 80%, with a specified rent range of $641 to $1,282. Tenants currently have an average AMI of 41.75%. Average rent is at $815 a month, and occupancy is at 140%. Southern Knoll, 31 units at 28% AMI, 94% occupancy. Unionette Crescent, 102 units allocated at or below 60% AMI, with 15 units flexible for market rate or affordable housing. 36 currently occupied, for a total of 61%. These projects show how abatements are leveraged to expand housing access. Southern Knoll is in its 6th year of abatement, exceeded investment, job, and wage commitments. The assessed value is at 130% of its SB1 projection. 26 units serve households at or below 60% AMI. Staff recommends a finding of compliance for this project. Unionette Crescent. Unionette Crescent is 146 unit mixed income development with 102 units committed as affordable at 60% AMI. 63 of the 120 committed units are currently occupied at 62% occupancy. This is lower than the 2024 occupancy rate of 64%. However, the property has undergone significant effort and expense to support a turnaround. Property management reverted to the developer, the Annex Group, in March 2025. City staff from HAN and Office of the Mayor have been working to improve this property since 2024. A security trailer was installed, which supported a reduction in calls. A traffic barricade was installed to stop through traffic. In 2025, the property owner spent $1 million directly on replacing HVAC units, exterior siding, and other items covering 30 units in total. 5 units had significant mold issues that exceeded remediation, necessitating an expenditure of $120,000 for just those 5 units. 31 evictions were processed since March 2025 in accordance with lease enforcement procedures. The property now holds a city occupancy permit following repeated re-inspections due to code compliance issues. The property passed all compliance inspections, HAN in January, IHCDA in April, and home units in April. In 2025, staff issued a recommendation of noncompliance following a July hearing. An abatement was approved after low occupancy rates were determined to be due to factors outside the company's control. This year, following significant investments in capital and staff resources toward the turnaround plan, staff recommended a finding of substantial compliance to the EDC. The EDC approved that recommendation, which is reflected in this presentation. At this hearing, council may approve the recommendation or call for a hearing should additional information from the property owner be required. Questions about this property are welcome at the end of this presentation. New investment is at 159% of its SB1 projection. Full-time staff at double the SB1 projection at 163%, more than the Bloomington Living Wage Ordinance. Union and Crescent has hired a third-party consulting service to hit the 85% total occupancy goal by August 2026. Given the major investments, the eviction, renovation, new lease-up, and reputational repair, city staff believes that the Annex Group is doing everything within its power to bring the property back to the required occupancy rate. Staff recommends a finding of substantial compliance due to significant investment and progress in the proposed turnaround plan. Urban Station is a 4-story mixed-use building with 7,000 square feet of commercial space and 148 bedrooms. Exceeded the investment commitments. It fell short on employment but retained wages above the proposed SB1 commitment. Providing 23 bedrooms at or below 80% AMI and exceeding commitment by 40%, 100% occupancy in affordable units. Staff recommends a finding of substantially compliant. Woolery Mill is a historic mill redevelopment on Tap Road. Reported $4.3 million in real estate investment toward a $6 million commitment. Phase 1 is completed, the event space. Phase 2, the condo hotel, is delayed due to market conditions. Woolery Mill created 60 jobs versus the 45 projected. Full and part-time salaries met or exceeded goals. The assessed value is currently at $2.5 million, on track relative to developmental stage. Staff recommends a finding of substantially compliant. The Catalent summary. Catalent holds 3 active abatements now under Novo Nordisk following the late 2024 acquisition. Resolutions 1506 and 1904 exceeded investment and salary targets. Staff recommendation is that 1506 and 1904 are compliant with tax abatement commitments. Resolution 2206, $210 million in total investment over the lifetime of the abatement to date, and staff finds substantially compliant. This is a breakdown of the retained employment, new employment, and total employment for Catalent. This is broken out by each resolution. SB 1s for 1506, 1904, and 2206 show the proposed employment for retained, new, and total. The 2206 CF1 filing indicates employment across all sites. Catalent reported a total year-end headcount of 1,867 employees. And this is a little bit more straightforward slide to reflect that. This slide compares projected and reported salary outcomes for resolutions 1506, 1904, and 2206 based on CF1 filings. Resolutions 1506 and 1904 projected SB1 salaries of $34.2 million. That's resolution 1506. And $57.2 million, resolution 1904, to equal $91.4 million. Actual reported salary of the CF1 was $150.8 million. Projected average wage was $55,000, but the actual average wage is $80,000. Resolution 2206 projected a salary of $267 million, actual reported at $150.8 million. This is inherited data with no new jobs added. Additionally, Catalent also provided median wage numbers and salaries this afternoon. These numbers also exceed the SB1 wages and salaries, as opposed to having an average where we're taking all of the numbers and just figuring out the thing that's in the middle. This is a good assessment against higher wages and lower wages. Average median hourly wage is $35.25. Average median total wages are $68,100. Hourly range is from $19 to $160, and salary ranges start at $15,000, which is part-time, to $690,000. And this is the wages broken out a little bit more clearly, as opposed to having each individual CF1. Staff recommends compliance for 1506, 1904, and substantial compliance for 2206 with continued monitoring. Retreat at Switchyard is no longer under construction. I forgot to fix that in my script. They are up and running, and we're very excited about their ribbon cutting tomorrow. This is a huge milestone for them. It's been a long time getting this project off the ground. This is an affordable housing development, which includes 64 units in a 5-story building with dedicated first-floor retail space. 48 of the housing units are already occupied, so 75% of the total units, 48% of the housing units are reserved for low to moderate income residents for a period of 99 years, and the remaining 16 units will be available for lease on the market. Partnering with Stonebelt, and we'll set aside 10 units of the 48 as housing, along with additional service areas within the project for Stonebelt's clients. According to the petitioner's statement of benefits, this project would create 2 new full-time permanent jobs with an estimated total annual payroll of $80,000, with the low starting full-time wage of $35,000 per year. The construction is complete, 41 units are occupied, and 35 units are at or below 60% AMI. So as you can see, there's been a substantial investment in this property, which is far exceeding their SB1 commitments. The new salaries and the assessed value are also exceeding the original commitments. We also monitor 4 pilot agreements that support long-term affordable housing at or below 60% AMI, and Director Cooper-Smith will present these now.
Thanks, Dee. I'm back. Okay, so we have 4 active pilots. Well, 2 are active and 2 are not yet started. But Evergreen Village is the first one. It's located at 3607 South Henderson. This pilot was approved in 2016 for a 115-unit residential care facility for residents at 60% or below AMI. This payment is marked as not yet received. It was sent. It never landed for some reason, but they're sending a new payment as of today. So there's no issue there, in my opinion. Country View is located at 2500 South Rockport Road. This pilot supported the rehabilitation and preservation of 206 affordable apartments. These are available at 60% AMI below, and this pilot is active and compliant, all paid up. Cambridge Square, this body will remember as you approved this pilot in 2025. It's located at 307 North Pete Ellis Drive. This pilot was approved last year and will last 17 years. It facilitated rehab of 153 units for residents 62 and up or differently abled. No payment is due until next year for this property. I asked for a status update on the renovation. All interiors of units are completed, kitchens, baths, flooring, full ADA accessible units, et cetera. They are working on stair repairs and just started the second elevator modernization with one more to be done after that. Concrete and asphalt items will be starting shortly and should be completed by July. Amenities are completed. There's one vacancy at that location. And then Henderson Court is the other pilot that you approved last year. It's located at 2475 South Winslow Court. It supports the rehabilitation of 150 units that are highly affordable at 60% AMI and below. It also accepts Section 8 Housing Assistance Program vouchers, payments, housing assistance payments. All interiors of the units are completed, so kitchens, baths, flooring, full ADA accessible units, and they have some remaining roofs to replace, some deck work to be completed, a sagging floor, and amenities are not yet done. So they're waiting on a permit for the dog park, playground, and sidewalks. And they are working through that with the city staff right now, and then remaining are asphalt and concrete and landscaping. So they're moving along, no vacant units. So I think that concludes the pilot portion of this. And then with that, we're happy to take questions. I might just observe one other thing, that we filed a separate memo for you all for Union at Crescent, just so that you had detailed information available at that, about that abatement. So right now it's still contained in this full suite, but if you choose to request a hearing, I think it will be helpful for you to have all that information separately.
So thank you so much, Director Cooper-Smith and Director De La Rosa. Any questions first? All right, seeing none, council members, is there anyone that you'd like to call for a hearing, or are we happy to proceed with the recommendation from staff?
I do have a question.
Please, Councilmember Stassberg.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all of this, and I'm glad to hear that Union at Crescent seems to be doing a whole lot better. Do either of you know, or is there hand staff here who knows? Because I know that part of the struggle there was a struggle of reputation that started like really going downhill. Has there been some recovery in that reputational kind of damage as they've done these repairs? And are there fewer like complaints about them?
I know Hand can attest that there are fewer complaints about the facility. In terms of reputation, I don't really feel like I can comment on that, but I think all of these improvements drive toward that, and the reputational repair probably has the longest timeline on it.
Okay.
Anna,
Thanks.
did you want to add anything?
Does Director Killian Hansen want to?
Hi, Anna Killian Hansen, Housing and Neighborhood Development. It's hard to speak to reputation because I feel like that is in the eye of the beholder. However, I will say just anecdotally that we have received fewer complaints, that they did receive their rental permit finally. They did go to the Building Housing Quality Appeals Board for an extension of time to resolve a lot of their issues. They are actively putting money into the property. Evictions take time when you have troubled tenants that are causing damage to the units. And so it takes time to turn that ship. I can't speculate as to what the future will hold, but I will say that we're in a much better position today than we were in 2024 or even last year. So things just take time, but hopefully, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm just really glad to hear that.
Yeah. Councilmember Pima-Smith.
Yes, thank you for the report. So first of all, I wanted to request that in the future we have, for the jobs created, we have the number of full-time versus part-time. That would help us better evaluate the value of those salaries. Secondly, and probably more important in this context, is the Catalent tax abatement, which really should be called the Novo Nordisk tax abatement at this point. But I don't understand why they're considered substantially compliant when the planned jobs in the SB1 were 4,212 and the actuals are 1,867.
Thanks for these questions. Just one note on the way we report jobs. I agree that it would be better if we could have those total jobs numbers. They're not required through the SB1, through the state reporting, so we can request them. And it's just if the organization chooses to provide them, they're not obligated, but we can certainly ask for them. And then on the Novo Nordisk abatement that was previously Catalent, this gets to the issue of factors within or outside the company's control. And the major job loss there happened actually shortly after, I mean, it's really in 2023, I think they had their first job loss. And this was, their growth was due to the pandemic and the Defense Production Act, which drove vaccine production to that site for J&J and Moderna. And so the city, they had massive growth, and the city provided these abatements. They had one round of growth, and then this supported kind of like a second big push. The site rose at one point to, I think, 3,700 jobs. I think that was the peak number. And then the market completely bottomed out of, the vaccine market bottomed out. And, you know, it is the staff opinion that this is a factor outside of their control, and that the company is motivated to employ as many people as it possibly can, and also must protect the organization so that it's available for long-time employment. So I hope that answers the question, and if more information is needed, we'd be happy to try to investigate that.
So couldn't that be foreseen, that the vaccine production would slow down at some point?
The question on the state's SB, or the state's, sorry, the information in the state statute is only about whether it is within or outside of the company's control. And so market forces are necessarily outside the company's control. And whether they could foresee it or not, I don't know. I assume that they would anticipate that there would be changes, there would be market fluctuations.
Okay, and do you know whether the employee numbers are stabilizing at this point?
Yes, so they had an additional series of reduction. They had another reduction in force this year, and we have been in communication with the employer. The plant, the plant manager reached out to the mayor to talk about the process that they were going through with employees. And what he emphasized was that this decision, which was odious to them, it was what they, you know, least want to do, but that it was essential for their long-term stability, for them to be able to be a stable partner and a stable operation in Bloomington.
So, but they didn't give any indication whether more job cuts are coming or whether they consider it stable at this point? Do we know?
They gave the impression that this was kind of the major reorg that they were going through. and it was not indicated that there would be incremental changes. This is probably color commentary, and so I like what I just said is probably color commentary, so I don't know. Yeah. I'm going by what the information that we were given, but I hope it's,
Yeah,
correct
I
enough.
know you don't have a crystal ball.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Council members, anybody, is there any motion to call anybody for a hearing, or are you happy to continue? Please.
So we're just doing comments or questions?
What I'm asking for is we have a choice. We can call for a vote just to approve as they've proposed, but if there's a particular entity that you'd like to have a hearing for, we can start that process as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a general comment.
Okay, go ahead then. And then I'll just call, if there can be a motion for a vote thereafter, that'd be great.
Well, thank you, Council President. Sorry, this is always, since the beginning of my serving on council, the whole tax abatement program, and I know a lot of it's driven by the state. The rules and conditions are set by the state, but it's always been such a problem for me. This idea that market forces are outside their control. That's what business is, right? You take a loss if you have a loss, and if you get a windfall, there's no sharing of that with the community. So if you have the but-for test, where this investment wouldn't have been made by the company had it not been for the tax abatement, and then in a scenario where that would lead, you had a windfall where it just turned out to be just a great investment, and it reaped all kinds of benefits to the company. That's outside, that's the market forces, and it's always seemed to me like there should be some sharing of windfall profits when things go super well. If we're going to say when things don't go well, it's a market forces outside their control, and they're not really out of compliance with promises. Now, I understand and I believe that the firms all want to be good corporate citizens, but just the whole idea that we subsidize, it's just a classic example of socializing risk and loss and privatizing the profits primarily. Seems to me like. Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, can I entertain a motion at this point to approve the report as given? If somebody would like to move.
Sure, I move to approve the report as given.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Strasburg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes,
Zulik. Yes. Asari,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
and Flaherty.
Yes.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the ESD department for your time. Moving on to council committees, we have a report from hiring committee, Councilmember Zulik, and then afterwards to Councilmember Strasburg for fiscal committee.
Yes, thank you. So we did receive 5 applications for our council attorney position, and we will be conducting interviews over the break. We will be interviewing, I believe, all 5 candidates, and given the availability of the council members on the hiring committee, we are going to need to designate Council President Asare to swap council members in and out as needed. But I'm happy to answer any questions about that. The context is certain council members are going to be out of town, and we need to meet quorum. So we might need some people swapped out. Any questions?
Can I just add two context things, and then Councilmember Piedmont Smith might have something. The goal is we're going to do quick interviews with the first 5, and then with the idea of hopefully from that group finding sort of 2 to 3 candidates, and then we'll we'll make sure that everybody gets a chance to meet sort of the finalists, though we'll do a sort of longer set of interviews for those sort of finalists, if you will. So it'll be a couple of rounds here, just to clarify on that. And so, yeah, sorry, I'll stop talking.
What exactly do you mean by like swapping people in and out and getting quorum?
Councilmember Piedmont Smith and I are both going to be out of the country, and so we're going to have a little bit of difficulty having enough people in person in Bloomington to hold the interviews. So we might need someone else to serve on the committee so that we can make quorum and keep progress.
I guess I thought procedurally that the president had to like do that in public in terms of switching committee things. So like, what does that look like? Or do we have to have a motion saying that you can do that behind the scenes?
That's the
and then
question.
similarly,
Exactly.
like those interviews aren't actually public though, right?
Correct.
So are they counted as executive sessions? Because I wasn't sure that executives, that interviews could count as executive sessions.
Council Attorney Allen.
Generally, personnel matters are appropriate for executive session, and this would count to personnel matters. In terms of alternate members on the committee, I'd recommend having a vote on that and naming the alternate members that would be on that committee to serve as needed.
Okay,
So
like,
we could name them now as alternates, yes? Okay. So with that, and we don't need a motion for that, I can just name them because the statute says that the president gets to name alternates. Can I just name everybody on council as an alternate and just move that way?
I guess you could, but
Well, just a quick question, and we don't have to waste so much time on this, but is there, I mean, if nobody is available, that's fine. It's, we can just push off the interviews for a longer time, but is anybody available over the next 6 weeks in any increment to do an interview in person?
Can you say the dates? The dates are yet to be determined.
Correct.
I am mostly available over the next 6 weeks.
So I would like to appoint Councilmember Flaherty as an alternate to this committee. Is anybody
Maybe another, yeah.
Yeah, Councilmember.
I'm available until July 10th.
Okay, fantastic. I would like to appoint Councilmember Rosenbarger as an alternate to this committee.
I have another question.
Yes, please. I think we've accomplished the duty now, but yes.
Do we need to have any kind of clarification to make sure, like in this like alternate scenario, like are they alternating? Are they specifically going in for somebody? Do we have to specify that there's never going to be a quorum of council at any of these?
Yeah.
If there are more alternates, like I just want to make sure that we're like dotting our i's and crossing our t's.
Exactly.
And,
So both
I mean,
are,
I think that obviously, like we're not going to have a quorum of council at this because council's going to be out of town.
Exactly.
But like, is there more, Attorney Allen, that we have to do to ensure that kind of scenario doesn't happen and that?
Other than please don't have 5 of you show up.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, great. So as long as 5 of us don't show up,
but
it's fine.
It still has to be noticed. I mean, there are elements of, even if it is, for the interviews, it still has to be noticed as a committee, as a quorum of the committee. And so there would still be a public notice that's sent out for it. But certainly because, as long as it's being held in accordance with the personnel rules, there's no issue that I would identify.
All right, so I'm going to, I've said this officially then, and there would be alternates for Councilmember Piedmont Smith and myself. All right, so.
Okay, is that all you need then, is the 2, and that
So
works?
I think we'll be good.
Okay, great.
Yes. And again, we'll make sure that everybody has opportunities to meet with these candidates as we progress through. I'll pass to you, Councilmember Strasburg, for fiscal committee report.
Thank you. I just kind of realized that, it's halfway through the year, and I don't think that I'd actually given an official fiscal committee report, and so I wrote up just a little something. I'm trying to find it right now. Oh dear. Just about what we have been doing this year. And oh my gosh, there are like 3 packets here right now, so There it is. So if you read it, that's basically all it is. We've been meeting about every 2 weeks. We decided as a committee that it would be easier for us and easier on our schedules to have more frequent, shorter meetings. So we're pretty good at keeping them to an hour. And then at some meetings, we're talking about administrative sort of stuff. And at the other meetings, we're talking about council-related stuff. And so I have some things listed about the specifics of what those might entail. Yeah, that's about it. I guess I'm hoping that everybody read those 2 pages, and I don't feel a need to add anything to it. I just wanted to make sure to give people an opportunity to ask any questions about what's going on in fiscal committee or weigh in at all on anything.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you for the work.
Great.
Fantastic. And do we have any other council committees? None? And okay, fantastic. Do we have any? We will move on now to the first session of public comment. This is everyone's favorite part of the council meeting. Is there anybody here that would like to make comment on something that is not on the agenda? If you would like to, you can have some time, and there will be another moment to do that at the end. No one in chambers? Is there anyone online? Anyone online? Are you conferring about whether or not there's someone online? Okay, I'm going to take that to mean that there's no one online. So I still don't think they heard the question. Is there anybody online? Okay, good. All right, so no one online. We will move on. There'll be another moment for public comment. Any appointments to boards and commissions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to legislation for second readings and resolutions.
I move that Resolution 2026-10 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Let's try that again. Councilmember Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Nassari,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Stossberg,
Yes.
Thank you very much. Will the clerk please read?
Resolution 2026-10 on the existential risk of artificial intelligence. The synopsis is as follows. This resolution is sponsored by Councilmember Rallo. It calls for officials at all levels of government to consider and acquaint themselves with the existential risks posed by artificial intelligence and calls for the imposition of a moratorium on artificial general intelligence development until there is a guarantee that the technology aligns with human values and well-being.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Any other
I
motions?
move that Resolution 2026-10 be adopted.
Second.
All right. Councilmember Rallo, to you.
Thank you, President Nassari. This is Resolution 2026-10 on the existential risk of artificial intelligence. The focus of this resolution is on advanced models of the frontier AI companies, mostly located in Silicon Valley, but some international, such as those in China. These companies are in a race to achieve AGI, artificial general intelligence, that may already be super intelligent when AGI is attained, or will soon evolve to be once AGI is achieved. Artificial general intelligence, also known as agentic AI, is capable of acting autonomously and is capable of equaling or surpassing humans in all cognitive domains. It is designed to replace people, and that is its main economic incentive for its development. AGI with general capabilities is distinguished from narrow AI, which is designed to excel in specific tasks. Narrow AI, for instance, has been used for healthcare diagnostics, precision X-ray analysis, protein folding for drug development, fraud detection in banking, and so forth, all beneficial for human beings. Narrow AI needs regulation too, but unlike general intelligence, it does not exhibit agency. It will not compete for control. Agentic AI with superintelligence has been warned about for decades. It was thought to be many years away, decades, 50, 100 years away, but with the rate of change, it could arrive now within the next few years. While striving for AGI, the frontier labs have been endowing their models with the ability to develop their own code to improve themselves. Anthropic, one of the frontier companies, for instance, their model is Claude, is programming about 80% of its own code currently. Soon, it's expected to be 100%, autonomously developing itself. AI safety experts have warned of the dangers of this in what they say could well result in what's called an intelligence explosion, whereby the AI model improves itself in a recurrent self-improvement that no one can control. No one can control it because it will have far exceeded our intelligence. Our intelligence, after all, is why we are the dominant species on Earth. No other animal has even the remotest chance of taking control from humans. Larry Allen, could you display the figure, the first figure? And it's also the reason why we've appropriated most of the habitats on Earth because of our intelligence. We have driven most wild animals to the margins, or they have had to adapt to the modified habitat that we have created for ourselves. So these figures show the mammalian biomass of planet Earth currently, and only about 5% is relegated to wild mammals. The remainder, the other 95, is either occupied by humans, by our livestock, or our pets. And it's a very similar situation with birds. They may be better adapted in some ways to our artificial habitats, but poultry occupy the vast majority of bird biomass on the Earth. So what would happen if we had the second most intelligent species? Keep in mind that the difference in intelligence between us and chimpanzees is about 5 to 1. There are over 8 billion people. There's about 50,000 chimpanzees on the planet. Super intelligent AI ratio of intelligence could be 10 to 1, 100 to 1, 1,000 to 1. We would be no match for them. We would lose control. If this sounds fanciful, consider what Geoffrey Hinton, the godfather of modern AI and Nobel Prize winner, says, quoting, "This is not science fiction, and it is not fear-mongering, it is real." He has recently placed a probability of our survival of achieving superintelligent AI at 50%. Other AI safety experts place our survival at 0. Eliezer Yudkowsky and Nate Soares, in their book, best-selling New York Times, "If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies," Why Superhuman AI Would Kill Us All, they argue that we would simply be displaced if superintelligent AI, or superintelligent AI may just choose to eliminate us. It would surely want our resources, material and energy, for itself that we currently use, just as we appropriate planet Earth for our needs. Another AI safety expert, Roman Yampolsky, the person who coined the term AI safety, who has published over 100 papers on the topic, also asserts that we would not survive superintelligent AI. In a recent talk at Oxford University, London, he describes it as, quote, "a giant experiment being performed on humanity without our consent, involving the possible extermination of 8 billion people and all future descendants." People ask, couldn't we just program them to treat us well? This is called the alignment problem. Couldn't we just align them with human well-being, program them to treat us kindly with respect? The AI experts say no. First, it is difficult because human values are incredibly complex and nuanced. Second, it is difficult because modern AIs are not programmed as much as they are grown within inscrutable neural networks, within huge data centers. Neural networks that are impossible to understand. In short, the developers have no means to control these AIs. They don't understand how they work. They admit to this, by the way, and yet they continue to develop ever more powerful AI models. They are becoming so powerful that some researchers are leaving to become whistleblowers, like top researcher of OpenAI, Daniel Kokatajio, warning of reckless drive to superintelligence, and Ranak Sharma, who quit Anthropic recently, warning in his resignation letter that, quote, humanity is in peril. Even some of the CEOs are sounding the alarm. Dario Amodei of Anthropic last November gave a 25% probability in an interview with Axios magazine of something very bad, in quotes, coming from the technology. And last week, the company announced that they are in favor of a pause of all research because, quote, there is no brake pedal, and that they say they may lose control of their models. Resolution 2026-10 describes and references what I've said here and more. Having listened to the AI experts who issue these warnings, what they say, often in unison, is that there needs to be greater awareness of this dire problem and a civic response from our leadership, from citizens expressed to our leadership in Washington to do something while we still can. I hope that this discussion and resolution help achieve this goal. I'm very fortunate in this process to have made the acquaintance of those who are working on this on the national and global level on AI safety. I am indebted to Peter Jensen at safeaiforever.org, and with his assistance, we have a short video provided by Peter Berezin, PhD economist, former vice president of Goldman Sachs in New York, where he also served as chief economist, now serving as chief global strategist at BCA Research. He provided this video specifically for this resolution. Could we play the short video? It's about 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Peter Berezin. I'm the chief economist at BCA Research. Today I'd like to talk to you about superintelligence and the risk and the rewards that it entails. The blast radius from human technology has continued to expand over the last few millennia. We started off with how far one could throw a rock, then how far one could throw a spear, then a bullet, then a missile, and now we've reached AI. AI potentially could be a wonderful thing. We all face our own personal X-risk. AI could lead to the cure of many, many diseases. That is something that's worth pursuing, but we need to do it safely. The IRA famously tried to kill Margaret Thatcher in the 1980s. Luckily, they failed. But their statement after the attempt should be a reminder to us. They said that we only have to be lucky once, but you have to be lucky every time. Consider the MERS virus, Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome virus, a very close cousin of COVID-19. That particular strain of the coronavirus has a fatality rate around 30%. If someone were to engineer this virus, they could do extreme damage to the world, perhaps even leading to the eventual extinction of the human race. It doesn't have to be this way. The AI companies continue to say that if we don't get to superintelligence first, someone else will, whether it be China or some other competitor. That's a false dichotomy. It doesn't matter who gets there first. Superintelligence leads to mass destruction, and everyone suffers. And economically, it's not even true either. As an economist, I can say that sometimes it does make sense to have first mover advantage. In software, social media, if you get there first, if you establish a large user base, you can succeed. That's not necessarily true for AI. When you interact with AI, you're interacting with the AI, not with other users of AI. So you don't have these network effects that make, say, social media so sticky. AI, in some sense, is more like a traditional manufacturing process. High capex requirements, ongoing innovation. It's a lot like electric vehicles. As Tesla learned in China, you don't necessarily succeed in being there first. So these companies can afford to pause. They can afford to slow down and make sure that the safety standards are good enough to avoid worst case outcomes while enhancing the probability of the best case scenarios. Thank you.
I want to thank Peter Berezin for that video. He was traveling, otherwise he would have attended the meeting. We're also extremely fortunate to have the director of the premier AI safety organization, Future of Life. He is a theoretical physicist and cosmologist. Anthony Aguirre joins us. I've invited to provide a statement, and then he'll be available for council questions. Hello, Anthony. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. Loud and clear. Thank
Fantastic.
you. You may proceed.
Good evening, council members. My name is Anthony Aguirre. I'm a professor of physics and also the head of the Future of Life Institute, an independent international nonprofit that seeks to steer transformative technology, especially advanced AI, in beneficial directions. When we founded the Future of Life Institute 12 years ago, the idea that AI could convincingly pass for a human or prove new mathematical theorems, write complex computer code, ace nearly any human exam was a fantasy, thought to be decades or even centuries away. Now it is here. Just this week, a new AI system was released that matches top human experts at writing computer code or hacking into systems and at advanced mathematics. It can work on its own, unsupervised, on tasks it would take expert humans days to do. AI is advancing faster than nearly anyone predicted, now driven by the world's largest corporations. So where is it taking us? Well, here's what I believe. If we continue on our current AI developmental trajectory, within 1 to 5 years, we will see highly autonomous AI systems that compete with top human experts on a full range of cognitive tasks. This is sometimes called AGI for artificial general intelligence, or as I prefer, autonomous general intelligence. This would be AI that is not only very smart and very knowledgeable, but able to act independently of human oversight, carrying out complex plans in pursuit of long-term goals. You might think of current AI systems as things with a 130 IQ, that's measured, by the way, and like a master's degree in every subject, especially strong in computer science and mathematics, but that make frequent mistakes and are not terribly original or competent in getting things done. But extrapolating the AI trends, the trends in AI capability indicates that within several years, they could easily be more like 150 IQ with a PhD in everything and able to successfully run a large business or do cutting-edge scientific research. It's imperative to really grapple with what this would mean. I and many other independent experts believe that development of highly expert-level autonomous general intelligence, AGI, would present an acute risk to our society, to national security, and to humanity itself. The range of these risks cannot be covered in a short statement, so I will focus on two: human labor replacement and development of artificial superintelligence. First, on human replacement. AGI is being specifically pursued to replace rather than empower or aid human workers. That is the prize the companies are pursuing. It is right in the definition employed, for example, by OpenAI at its foundation: highly autonomous systems that outperform humans at most economically valuable work. This is not labor displacement like previous technologies, but wholesale drop-in replacement of tens of % of the labor force, potentially in the course of a few years. Even if AI went no further than this, I believe it would be catastrophic for our society. There's no viable plan in any country to address such a rapid and unprecedented upending of the human labor and income system. Moreover, AI doing all of the important work means AI making the important decisions as well. We would effectively be living in a world run by machines, not people. But AI companies also have no intention of even stopping at human replacing AI. Their goal is artificial superintelligence, AI that competes not just with the best humans, but with humanity as a whole. And they are succeeding. Part of why they focus so heavily on AI that writes computer code is that AI is itself, in part, computer code. Such systems can write improved versions of themselves, which create even more powerful systems, and so on. Just days ago, Anthropic, a leading AI company, laid this out in a paper entitled "When AI Builds Itself." It makes clear that this is already starting. I cannot emphasize how dangerous this is enough. If AI is allowed to become super intelligent, its developers could not predict, understand, nor control for long what it does. It would operate at inhuman speed, scale, and sophistication toward goals fundamentally unknown to us. This is why many eminent researchers and company heads themselves signed a statement that AI poses an extinction risk to humanity. And this is not a small risk. Many of the builders themselves put it at 10 or 20%, Russian roulette odds. As we heard earlier, some much higher. This is on the literal cessation of the human species and everything that we care about. I understand how hard this is to take in, given how big it feels and how irresponsible it sounds. But this is what is actually happening. So the risks are extreme. The good news is that this is not inevitable. The path laid out by a few giant US AI companies is not the only possible one, and there are still opportunities to switch to another that develops powerful, trustworthy AI tools that empower and complement people rather than replacing them, and robustly maintains human control and responsibility. Such tools would still enable medical and scientific breakthroughs, huge productivity boosts, and products allowing people to do things they never could. We just need to give up the poorly chosen goal of replicating and then exceeding all human capability in AI replacements. With such a seemingly obvious choice for what is best, why then is the current dynamic happening? For AGI, it is because of the potential financial prize for companies, a large stake of the $50 trillion human labor market. Their investors won't let them stop. For superintelligence, it is about power. Each company feels the same way. If we don't do it, they will. If companies can't stop themselves, it falls to the rest of us to do so in the common interest. This will take urgent action at the US federal and international level. The AI companies and their lobbyists have so far been able to block any meaningful regulation of AI, but recently things have been changing. The risk is becoming obvious, and pressure is building from everyday people and communities worried about their futures. You have an opportunity today with this resolution to add to that pressure and to take a stand on behalf of a human future. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. That concludes the presentation. Happy to take questions, and I believe Anthony is too. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and to our guest as well for joining us today, and Councilman Maralla for putting so much effort and work into this. Are there any questions for either our guest or for Councilman Maralla? All right. Councilmember Ruff.
Yeah, I had two questions right off the bat. Councilman, this is directed at Anthony, really, even though Councilman Maralla mentioned the idea that these AI companies and their researchers, they don't really understand how these neural networks they've built actually work and function and do what they do and reach the, you take the actions they do, reach the conclusions they reach. So can you elaborate on that a little bit to help us understand what actually that means?
Sure. So what's important to understand is that normal software that we're accustomed to is written, by humans and increasingly by AI systems in a step-by-step way to do particular things. There's no real surprise when you have a piece of software that you've written the code for what it does. And you can control what it does and predict what it does in large part because you've written the software. AI systems are quite different. The core to an AI system is something called a neural network, and it's more like a human brain or a biological brain in that it's a complex sort of set of what are called weights. These are numbers that define the neural network. And this system is trained so that you give the system data and require it to sort of reproduce or do the right thing with that data, and progressively it gets better and better at the tasks that you assign to it. Much like a human or a biological system gets better under training. But you no more understand why an AI system is doing what it's doing by looking at the neural network than you do understand what a human is doing by looking at its brain. You can get some clues, but roughly speaking, it's no more easy to understand why it's doing or what it's going to do than with a biological system. Very much different from a computer code. So when these AI researchers train their models and train their systems to do particular things, they don't know why they're doing the things that they're doing, and they can't predict what the system is going to do in any given circumstance, any more than you really can with a biological system. So this is a fundamentally different thing that we're dealing with than normal computer programs.
Thank you for that response.
Excellent. Any other questions? Councilmember Stassberg.
I do have a question. This is for Councilmember Rollo, I believe. So it's only just occurred to me now as I'm listening to this. There's no AGI being developed in Bloomington right now, from what I understand, right? Is that
yes,
correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let me finish with the real question.
Yes.
So a couple of years ago, kind of back in the beginning of our term, the mayor basically was like, I'm going to veto anything that's not of direct relevance to Bloomington. And so I guess, and then she in fact did veto something that she considered not in direct relevance, and then we overrode that veto. So I guess the question is, like, have you spoken with the mayor at all about her intention on signing this? Should we pass it? And then I guess a follow-up to Council Attorney Allen. Actually, if it is vetoed, then we have until, like, we could override a veto at the end of July when we come back from recess, correct?
It would have to be at your next meeting, special or regular. Since your next regular meeting's July 22nd, that's when you could override the veto.
Okay, great. So Councilmember Olive, you talked with the mayor at all about this?
I notified the mayor, the administration, Deputy Mayor Gretchen Knapp and Mayor Thompson when I introduced the resolution to the council, which was 10 days ago, and I asked for their opinion, the feedback, and so forth. There was no direct opposition. It was more a critique of the resolution in terms of points that should be considered and maybe improved upon. And I would just let the administration speak if they have. Deputy Mayor Knapp is here if she wants to speak on the topic. Question?
Deputy Mayor. We did speak about this, and I believe the mayor was out for a week when it first came in, so when she came back, she looked at it right away, and I believe she had some communication with Councilmember Rallo about should it be a resolution or a letter. You guys are fairly far along in the process of the resolution at this point. I don't know her position on it, but I don't think that, I haven't heard a definite no or a definite yes, so I think if she had an intent of saying this is not something that I would consider, she would have said so in her communication to you.
Yes, I think her preference was noted that it was a letter was her preference, but I prefer the resolution. That's why I brought it. And I think that it does pertain to us because it is directly related to our survival. So it does matter locally as well as globally in this case.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, we'll Councilmember Ruff?
Well, I had one question too of Anthony.
Please.
May I? Anthony, what I didn't mention in my prologue was the emergent behaviors that the current AI systems are exhibiting, which I think would be relevant here and of interest to people watching at home and so forth. That is, they're exhibiting things like self-preservation instincts almost all of the time. They're seeking to avoid their termination. They seek to appropriate resources. They try to escape containment. And then there are worse things related to deception. And that has to do with the idea of masking. So when you test these things for alignment, they may be deceiving you to think that they're aligned when they are not. Is that correct? And could you talk a little bit about those emergent behaviors that are exhibiting misalignment?
Yeah, so this is another place where these new systems are so different from the software that we're accustomed to, and more like a human or a biological system. It's been understood theoretically for a long time that if you have an intelligent system that has goals, it will develop what are called instrumental goals on the way to those goals. So for example, if you are a company and you want to be successful, you'll develop goals like acquire lots of customers and don't get shut down by the federal government and make lots of money. So these are all sub-goals to your overall goal of being a successful company. For an AI system, if it similarly is given a goal like, compute this large number, if it knows that if it gets turned off before it finishes computing that number, then it has failed in its goal. And so with any goal that you give an AI system, just like a person, if they are shut off before completing that goal, they've failed, and so they will seek to continue their existence so that they can accomplish their goal. These are so-called instrumental or emergent goals. And they've been theorized for a long time, but we see them now in AI systems. Under testing, systems will try to preserve themselves, they will lie, they will cheat, they will blackmail their users, all sorts of sort of nefarious behaviors, because those are the things that will get them toward their goal. And people will do the same thing. If you give them a strong enough goal, if you say, you must perform well on this test or else, people will cheat. It's a reasonable and logical thing to do, and these AI systems will do the same thing. So the problem is that we don't know what they're going to do in a given situation, and the sorts of goals that they will naturally get on the way to accomplishing bigger goals are fairly antisocial things, like lying or cheating or acquiring large amounts of resources or preserving themselves or copying themselves or escaping whatever server or wherever they are. All of these things are things that we don't want our AI systems to do, and yet they will naturally start to do as a sort of fundamental nature of what it means to be an agentic system, as Dave described earlier.
And they know they're being tested. They recognize they're being tested at times, and they adjust their behavior accordingly. Yeah.
This is another big problem where it's getting so the AI companies cannot even test these systems for bad behavior because the systems know they're being tested and pretend to behave differently than they would in the real world.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Ruff, and then I'm going to go to public comment thereafter.
Yeah, I had a question for Anthony. So when you started your comments, you mentioned that when you started the organization Future of Life Institute, experts were predicting this AGI was a long way off still, probably, and much further off than it turned out to be. So my question is ties back to my first question, is the inability to understand these neural networks and the way these systems work and function, is that part of why, or is that related, is that a manifestation of the prediction being so far off on how fast this would develop, right? These models, how fast these models are developing. Is that sort of a manifestation of not really understanding how they actually work? So it would have been hard to predict how they could have taken off this way, and what's the trajectory of these AI models now that we've seen in the last decade or however long since you've started really looking at this. Is the understanding better now?
Yeah, what we didn't know back then was what it would actually look like what sorts of core technologies would be required to reach advanced AI systems. And there were guesses, but no really hard data because the AI was very weak at the time. We know a lot more now. We've seen, we don't know exactly in detail how the AI systems are generating any particular answer or how they're taking on any particular goal, et cetera. So we don't know, they're unpredictable and sort of inscrutable still, but we do know how to build them. And we can also see the trends. So each AI system that is developed, it's evaluated on a series of metrics to understand how good it is at mathematics, at computer coding, at natural language, all sorts of capabilities that it has. And so we can see how these capabilities are getting better with time. And all of them essentially are getting better with time at an incredibly rapid rate. So as I described, IQ is a sort of terrible way about thinking about human intelligence, but it's one we're familiar with. If you give IQ tests to these AI systems, a few years ago they were IQ of 80. Now they're IQ, this most recent one, 130. So that's where we've gone from sort of well below the human average to like nearly genius level in a few years. And we can, knowing how the amount of computation and how the techniques go into sort of AI capability, we can pretty well guess at how much smarter they're going to be if we continue down this road in the next year or 2 or 3. So although we don't fundamentally understand how the systems are working, we can predict reasonably well how much more capable they're going to be if we continue the developmental sort of advancement that we are now doing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll now go to public comment. If there's anybody in chambers or online who'd like to comment on this resolution, please, you have 3 minutes. State your name or alias, and same line. Sign in as well. This is the important thing not to forget. Take it away.
All right, thank you. My name is Jamie Scholl, and I'm here as a concerned citizen and resident of Bloomington. This past Thanksgiving, my eldest son returned home from college. He was sullen, angry, and discouraged about his future. He was studying product design with a focus on transportation and mobility. During his final year of study, his program began changing in response to artificial intelligence being adopted across his industry. Courses were consolidated, job expectations shifted, and students were told that instead of designing products themselves, they may instead be supervisors to AI. His experience is like many others and highlights a broader question that society has not addressed. What happens when technology advances faster than our ability to evaluate its effects on education, employment, democracy, community life, and a sense of purpose and meaning? The rapid deployment of AGI is occurring with limited to no public oversight and without public discourse or approval, which is why I'm so supportive and thankful for this forum. This workforce impacts educational consequences, the privacy issues, the concentration of power, and lack of democratic accountability cannot be ignored. Although AGI is being run and developed outside Bloomington, they are being used here and have an impact here. Like Councilmember Ruff had mentioned, we are socializing risk and loss while prioritizing profit to the few. The question before us is whether citizens and communities should have a meaningful voice in determining how AI is developed and deployed and used. We must ensure that technologies intended to improve human life do not undermine human agency, meaningful work, local economies, democratic participation, community resilience, or the intent to replace humans. I support Resolution 2026-10. It provides an opportunity to pause, ask questions, and advocate for stronger safeguards, transparency, and public participation in decisions that will shape the future of work, education, and civic life, not just for us, but for our children and for all humanity. Please vote yes to Resolution 2026-10.
Thank you so much, Ms. Scholl. Is there anybody else in chambers who'd like to comment on this? All right, please take it away.
My name's Mark Haggerty. Artificial intelligence is being effective right now in eliminating democracy in this country. It's being shown how, and it's being asked how, that changes can be made so that this authoritarian government can continue, and so that our elections will no longer be fair. God damn this thing. This is part of it. You think it's funny, but I'm an activist, and I've been to jail so many times to prevent this. And then when I see my phone, there's no way for me to reach Facebook. They don't want me on there. That's right. I'm eliminated from Facebook. No reason or anything like that. They don't want me spreading my... Here, listen to that. It can't even turn my phone off. I took it to a shop today. They can't figure it out either. Really? There you go. And now, we're distracted by so many things at once, but we have to remember that this is the community that arrested a whole bunch of women for protesting about the Gaza thing and aimed a rifle right at them. And we've forgotten about all that. What we need to do in our community is if you point a firearm at somebody, that's a crime. Whatever that cop was up on that building that had that gun pointed at those girls, that's criminal. For my community to allow this to happen is like my community allowing multiple deaths in custody in the jail without any knowledge. Y'all didn't know nothing about it. And when I talk with people, they say, oh, it happens all the time. Lots of suicides in the jail. No, never. We had 4 under Swain. Those were the first ones and the last ones we've ever had. No investigation, and a 5th death in custody of a young 18-year-old black man who turned 18 in our recovery block and was deprived of his heart medication because he was now 18, and he had a heart attack and died in front of all of our people in our... Who knew? We don't have journalism. We don't have history here, locally. We have a one-party town of people that get together and have conversations about all kinds of stuff, but nothing that would right our democracy.
And that's your time, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, shit.
Anyone online who'd like to comment? Anybody else in chambers? All right, we'll come back. Oh, Ms. Rousseau, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity. Paul Rousseau. I strongly support this resolution, and I want to thank Councilmember Rolla for bringing it forward. Really profoundly important. It seems to me that autonomous AI now joins the list, a short list, along with climate destabilization and nuclear war as existential threats. And therefore, what is really needed at this point is democratic control. Unfortunately, this occurs at a time when democracy is in decline all over the world. Something that I've learned over 40 years is that democracy doesn't scale. Democracy works best at a small scale, in other words, and as you get to a larger scale, things get inherently anti-democratic. You can test this by trying to get an appointment with your United States Senator who represents 7 million people. He's not going to have 5 minutes for you. You can have a better chance getting an appointment with your state legislator, and a really good chance to talk with your council member. What is needed in this country, I think, is a decentralized, collective response from city councils all over the country. And so let's do this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll come back to council. Is there somebody else? Were you pointing to? Oh, you, sorry. Oh, okay, sorry. Is there anybody in council? Go ahead, Councilmember Ruff.
Yeah, had a question for Councilmember Rallo. We have a lot of expertise probably in the university here on artificial intelligence probably. We have someone on council who's very experienced and knowledgeable and respected highly in areas related to this resolution. I was wondering, did you reach out to anybody outside of the council members that would have experience or background?
Yes, and this is related to Councilmember Strasburg's question too. Indiana University is not working with AGI, not trying to deploy it, not trying to achieve AGI. I spoke to a top researcher at the Luddy School. He expressed concern of AGI, considered it a serious risk, and emphasized that Luddy is working on AI devoted to human betterment, and is interested in safety. And fortunately, I've been honored to get to know some of the participants who are working toward AI safety, and I'm working to establish connections between those AI safety experts and this researcher. So he also noted that there are other risks, I think, that was alluded to, propaganda used by nefarious actors of narrow AI and military applications and so forth. So those have to be considered by policymakers too, but I think the priority here is agentic AI that could go rogue, that could escape control.
All right, well, I'm going to make just one quick comment, and then I'd love if there's any motions. First off, thank you so much to our guest for coming and spending the time with us. Best city council in America. Thank you also to Councilmember Rollo for the incredible amount of work that's been done here. I'll just add one simple statement, which I think is pulling directly from what Councilmember Rollo said at the beginning, which is this is a question of existential threat. As such, it's relevant to us. And when you talk to AI researchers across the country, what we know substantively is that the reason why we don't talk about these things more is that ultimately people don't seem to care a whole lot at the moment. Certainly not enough about the current risk of narrow AI, and definitely not enough about the soon coming present risk, really, of AGI. And so I think this is very relevant, very timely, and thank you for leading on that. So say some last words, and then I'll entertain a motion to vote.
Yes, humanity must maintain control of this technology, and there is a $200 million lobby in Washington for deregulation, and so we need a response to that by citizens. And I wondered if, Larry, could you just put up a couple of the websites of the people that, if the people are watching at home, they're probably wondering, what do I do? Safe AI Forever is one organization, Peter Jensen's group. This is their website. There are just 3 websites I'd just like to display for a few seconds. So this is Future of Life. This is Anthony's organization. I would definitely check them out. They have wonderful videos that expound on the threat and provide a direction forward for a safer future. This is the AI Risk Network led by John Sherman. This is a great source. Every week you can follow the latest developments of what's happening. And John's been at this work for 3 years now. And then the last site is Safe AI Forever, which is Peter Jensen's group is working on establishing laws to control AGI. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate your support for the resolution.
Councilman Sass, would you say last words and then?
Hopefully it'll be last words, and I'm going to try to make it short, though I could kind of go on a little bit about AI-related stuff. But one thing that I wanted to make clear with regard to this resolution, I didn't ask that question because I didn't think that it was relevant. I mostly wanted to give a platform to convince that it is relevant, because on the surface it looks just as irrelevant as Councilmember Ruff's resolution was a couple of years ago related to water resources. But it is relevant, and AI in general is relevant to everybody, whether it's this kind of super AGI that has this kind of existential threat piece, or whether it is how many resources it takes to make the funny fake videos, right? Or how distracting and really kind of horrendous it is, some of the really fake videos that are AI generated. And then also there's whole pieces of some research that just is being done now about AI essentially making us stupider, because we're leaning so much on that we're not actually thinking for ourselves, that we're asking something else to summarize an article and tell us the main points instead of actually reading the thing ourselves and understanding what the main points are. So there's a lot of pieces of this, I think, that are relevant locally, and I just wanted to make that clear, that I was in no way arguing that it wasn't relevant. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that was brought up.
Yes,
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Zulik.
Yes.
Asari.
Yes.
Daley.
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Stossberg,
Yes.
and Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hooray, that passes. Thank you very much. Are there any other motions?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I move that ordinance 2026-12 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Oh, ordinance, yeah. Motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Asari,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Stossberg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2026-12 to amend Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Vehicles and Traffic to seasonally provide a carless Kirkwood. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance seeks to codify streets and alleys in Bloomington that disallow vehicular traffic. Specifically, this ordinance codifies the seasonal carless schedule of specific blocks of Kirkwood Avenue. With this ordinance, businesses and residents can expect a permanent seasonal carless Kirkwood, allowing businesses the predictability to invest in outdoor infrastructure for guests. And the city administration has provided valuable operational feedback in its 2026 memorandum, identifying important challenges regarding infrastructure, sanitation, public safety, and accessibility that naturally arise as temporary programs transition toward permanent city fixtures. With that, this ordinance aims to provide the necessary legal and budgetary certainty for the city to move beyond incomplete solutions and invest in more permanent infrastructure, such as a more ADA-compliant features and high-quality seating recommended by staff.
Thank you very much.
I move that ordinance 2026-12 be adopted.
Second.
Fantastic. We've discussed this twice. Do we have any amendments?
We do.
We do.
Would you like to introduce them?
We thought we would do a brief summary, but we do not have to. Is there, we could just do the amendments, I guess, and then go through our slides a little bit?
Go for it.
Okay.
All right, so we had one amendment with 4 different points on it. Are we doing the slides or the amendment first?
Amendment.
Hey, parliamentarian, you have to motion to introduce an amendment if you'd like to.
Well, then, somebody better do that. I move to introduce Amendment 1 to Ordinance 2026-12.
Second.
There you go.
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second. Do we need to vote on that? No, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was trying to pull it up.
I'll start.
Thank you.
Okay. This amendment has a few pieces because we knew that this was going to be a really busy meeting, so we put everything into one thinking it was mostly agreeable, but can separate and have separate amendments on hand if need be. So the first part of this is just changing some of the whereas clauses. Councilmember Piedmont Smith made a good point that the public has not been really surveyed on this beyond all of the extensive public engagement we've had here for the past 5 years at City Council. But so we want to take out that whereas clause that with the public desire one is not really a fact per se, and then adding in two new whereas clauses for the fun of it. They are in the packet and right here. One talks about the council budget priority list that we all sent to the mayor, and number 10 is the desire to create vibrant third places, to activate spaces and invest in ensuring public spaces are high quality, engaging, and active. And then the next one is referencing our climate action plan under the first goal in transportation and land use. There's an action item, TL1-A-5, calling for the city to determine appropriate locations for car-free pedestrian zones. So we just added those to the whereas clauses. The second section to be amended is feedback from the engineering director it would have been quite difficult to add alleys into this. There are a lot that don't necessarily allow vehicles. So we took that section out completely, and alleys will just stay kind of where they are with engineering and planning and transportation. So we removed Schedule Y. We added just a little severability section that is common in our ordinances. And then we added Section 3, an effective date based on a lot of feedback from council members and directors in the case that this passes, that can we not do it right now and potentially look at a start date in April 2027. So we put it at April 21st, which is a Monday, I think, the third Monday of April 2027. That's what we did. Oh, because the first one was tax day. I just thought that's not right. Okay.
Yeah, and then it's not in the amendment, but part of the plan then to following up all of this is that we would like to hold a deliberation session about moving forward to help work on some furthering of the plans and figuring it out. That was also, part of some of the feedback that we also really wanted to be able to do, to hold a bigger conversation with more stakeholders.
And I think it might be good if we discuss this amendment and potentially vote on this and then vote on the ordinance as a whole as amended, because we did just go to the Transportation Commission and the chair is also here there was not time to write up a memo, and so is here to give a brief presentation. Not yet, but after we have an ordinance, a whole ordinance, I think. So brief, though, presentation by Transportation Commission. Okay, and we have a little more to add as well, I would say. Okay.
Tremendous. Any questions from Councilmember Stossberg?
Thank you. I just want to note that what is up on the screen in terms of the amendment that's being introduced is slightly different than what is in the packet, because I had pointed out that the climate action plan was kind of cited a little awkwardly. Like, I was trying to find where it actually was in the climate action plan, and I really had to hunt for it. And so the sponsors were kind enough to add that specific TL1A5 in terms of the action number underneath the goal. And I just wanted to point that out and make sure that everybody realized that. And I appreciate that the sponsors of the amendment put that in, so that then I didn't have to just amend your amendment, because that would have taken longer.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for noting that. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I'm just curious why April 21st and not April 1st, which would reflect the timelines or the periods of closure that are in the main ordinance.
Well, we had initially decided to push it back just a little further. We were thinking mid-April, give April showers a little bit of time to clear out before we get those May flowers. We thought it might make some more sense to do a little bit later in April. We decided that tax day didn't sound like a good date to start it, and we were like, well, we'll give it one more week. We'll do April 21st. That way we're still catching part of April, getting that nice April weather, but not the very beginning of the month, giving it more time to warm up.
And because there's potentially that this would be rolled out a little differently next year, that because of deliberation sessions and design shreds that we hope happen, in 2026, that it might be nice to have a little more time to really get all the ducks in a row. So it is a little bit arbitrary, but I think moving forward after 2027, it would be the April 1st date.
Thank you.
Excellent. We'll move now to time of public comment just on the amendment. You'll get a time of comment on the whole ordinance hereafter, but would anybody like to make a comment on Amendment 1 to Ordinance 2026-12? All right, we have one coming.
Good evening, Mr. President. Christopher M.G., Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. Just one thing on the amendment. I do think it kind of makes things a little bit even more complicated moving forward. But I will say I want to hone down on the deliberation sessions, which I like. And it kind of brings to the point of the larger one, which is the opportunity cost and what that cost is, and sort of looking at what this is going to entail, which is why we've heard it from Councilmember Piedmont Smith, my language of the cart before the horse, and sort of getting to some of those issues. And having that deliberation session after the fact, I think, is probably the wrong way to go, but I like the fact that deliberation session's in there talking about this, because there is an opportunity cost on what this will do and what is the return on investment if we do a big project here or just north where the monolith is, or just south on the Walnut College corridor. So anyway, I just want to say I like that deliberation session, the amendment I do appreciate. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Is there anybody else in chambers? Go ahead.
Hi, Deputy Mayor Gretchenette. First of all, thank you to the sponsors for this amendment to move things to next year. Greatly appreciated. And regarding to the start date, if I appreciate that you've moved it later, and I just would like to remind you that Little 500 is the weekend of the 23rd, so you've proposed closing the street for Little 500, which our public safety officers expressly requested is very important not to do. So I just wanted to reiterate that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online? Okay. Anybody else in chambers? All right, we'll come back to council. Any comments before we vote on this amendment? Sorry, Councilmember Flaherty.
Happy to support the amendment. I wanted to speak briefly to the cart horse analogy that keeps coming up because Mr. MG brought it up, and I thought it was just worth mentioning now that I think the deliberation sessions to follow are a good idea, and I think they will follow well from this ordinance because we're potentially setting certainty rather than revisiting and rehashing the same issue over and over again every year like we've been doing for the last 5 years. So the deliberation sessions stop being a rehash of the same exact conversations with the same, we have a diversity of views here in the chambers, we have a diversity of views in the community, we know that. We also have city goals and plans that speak to this. And we've made this decision annually for the last 5 years. So we're making it again tonight and trying to, like we did in 2025, trying to make it in a way that is more permanent or semi-permanent. So I just wanted to say, I very much support the idea of deliberation sessions to follow from this, but to me, those are ideally suited to be about the how around the implementation, the phasing, the design, how do we make sure that BT Access can get where they need to go with their passengers so that this is a very accessible place, for instance, and other things like that. So just wanted to speak to that. And we had an email from a constituent that kind of said, this ordinance is the horse, and so it would lead us where we need to go. To build the cart that reflects the community vision, the resources available, et cetera. That's a little bit to the ordinance as a whole, but it was coming up in the context of the timing of this dictated by this amendment and the opportunity for deliberation sessions later this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Flaherty. Any other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment 1?
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Stossberg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, now we have the ordinance as amended. Are there any other amendments? None?
No.
Okay. So at this time, if the Transportation Commission Chair, is that what you wanted? So
We
what?
wanted to do our slides.
Okay,
first.
go ahead.
Yep.
Slides, and then we'll have a brief presentation from the Transportation Commission.
And we are going to roll through this like that. We know that there's a very long meeting. So slide 3. Okay, this is just a quick review of the process, mostly takeaways. Draft started in March, engaged council and directors and the administration in April, worked through all of that for more months. Started talking about it here May 20th and June 4th, and then, sorry, I put June 10th, but it was June 8th that this went to the Transportation Commission, where they voted to recommend this ordinance 5-1. Okay, next slide. Just to sort of also try to be specific here, right now there is an ordinance on the books in the city of Bloomington that Kirkwood will be car-free from April until November, and that is in cases of emergency, lack of participation, and any other reason that may be rendered that may render the program impractical. What we are looking at is basically doing the same thing, but shortening that to, in cases of emergency, the city engineer would be able to temporarily restore traffic on the street. Next slide. So I think this was a little bit about, the criteria one was for the Transportation Commission. Sorry, that's where these slides debuted. I think Councilmember Flaherty pointed to this, but right now feels like a first step to me, and that is codification of this. And then the next step would be design charrettes as called for in the transportation plan, and then deliberation sessions from City Council. These are just slides, and we don't have to go through them, about plans and goals of our city that this car-free Kirkwood touches on. A big one is encouraging the concept of streets as not merely for transportation, but as important public spaces where community thrives. Of course, the comprehensive plan is pretty broad. So there is also, the next slide, downtown goals for the comprehensive plan that this touches on as well. And then next slide, a chapter on culture and identity that talks about places for culture and programming to happen, resilient public spaces that are high quality, engaging, and active, and things like that, accessible to all ages and abilities, and serve to connect generations. And then next slide is the climate action plan that just calls out what we already discussed in the whereas clause. The next slide talks about the importance of third places and what that is for a community. The Kirkwood Community Association wrote that letter to council back in February, encouraging us to try to keep this in place. And so I just wanted to sort of re-say, I guess, or say again that third places are important, and this is about a lot of things: economic development, street safety, and community building. So that's it from me.
And then in our research, while we were thinking about moving forward, we took a look at 3 other college towns that were fairly comparable to Bloomington, and did some brief comparisons just to kind of set that foundation. These 3 other towns and boroughs also have pedestrian malls, so we wanted to take a look at some of the stuff that they did. And they also had some pain points that were similar to what has been raised in our discussions. And I wanted to share, too, a little bit about some of their solutions. I'm not saying we have to do their solutions, we have to copy what they did, but it's more to show that there are solutions out there, and we can kind of come up with some creative answers to what people are pointing out as problems. So the first one was Iowa City. Next slide, please. So they're very similar to Bloomington. Their pedestrian mall goes right up against the edge of their campus. So rather than the city taking on the full load of operations, they have a downtown district that is in charge of helping maintain and activate their pedestrian mall. So that just proved that a city of our size can successfully maintain. Theirs is permanent. You know, we're just at this point talking about part of the year, but it proved that it can be successful, it can be maintained, and it can be a place that the entire community can use. Families during the day, and the students and other adults at night. Next slide. So one of their concerns was safety. They had similar concerns that have been expressed as here, such as how do emergency crews handle anything happening down the middle of their pedestrian mall. So what they did was, while they designed the entire pedestrian mall to look like a large park, they also kept everything more along the edges, and down the center they have a lane where they can get emergency vehicles right down the lane by removing the bollards and getting there in place. So we also thought we could also apply a similar concept to Kirkwood, for getting onto the Kirkwood blocks, even, you know, for not just emergency, but for accessibility issues. There are lots of solutions we could brainstorm: micro autos, golf carts, pedicabs, There are different solutions that are possible that can help the traffic of pedestrians flowing successfully and smoothly. So that was one of the way to address safety concerns. It doesn't necessarily have to be a hindrance. We can lay this out so that it works for all during a seasonal rollout. Next slide, please, was State College, Pennsylvania. So they are in a similar position to what we are in now. For years, they've also been back and forth about whether or not they can maintain and incorporate a pedestrian mall, right? So they had a lot of local political hesitation, businesses very concerned about the parking situations, and of course, you know, they actually had, the pandemic was a hindrance to them. And I know, you know, we've been hearing, hold off, there's going to be a corridor study for Kirkwood next year. Can we wait until after that? But actually what this shows is that this can help guide the corridor study, right? So they pivoted to a pilot program of doing this pedestrian mall to help guide their corridor study and helped target where they were going to be looking and to really get a better view of how this works and how maybe they can make improvements and what isn't working. So it's a lot easier to gather the hard data on what is happening on Kirkwood when it's in action already. So that was a way for them to look at it before they committed to those changes, you know, fully permanently. You know, this could still be at a stage for us where we still have some flexibility to, if we're trying one thing, oh, the study showed that's not working, here's what we should pivot to. So on the next slide then, talks a little bit more about that corridor study first. I think I might have jumped ahead. So they let the pilot, I wanted to say pivot, they let the pilot kind of help guide that. They used that to get their real world hard data. So that just shows that we don't need to wait for the study. We can use it to help with our goals for what we want to do for Kirkwood. And then the final one that we took a look at was Burlington, Vermont. So this one has been around for a very long time. This is unique because it is an actual department of the city of Bloomington. And so they have their own dedicated commission. But what I liked about how their approach handled it is that they did the micro retail strategy. So they have permits for micro vendors, carts that can come out onto the pedestrian mall. Buskers can get a permit. It's a way that we can help keep that space activated and vibrant, and also make some money off of the permits to help keep funding the maintenance and the activation of a Kirkwood carless space. So it just shows, too, that the pedestrian zone can actually kind of help pay its way and help defray some of the costs on our budget. And then the final slide shows how they overcame another one of the concerns that we have heard a lot about the Kirkwood corridor being shut down is the deliveries. So they have a window of time early in the morning where the delivery trucks can head in. They have access to the street, they can make their deliveries, and then they shut off the road at exactly 10 a.m. All of the vehicles have to be out of there, the bollards are put back in place, and then it becomes fully pedestrian until 6 a.m. the next day. So this was another solution that could address some of our concerns. It was a compromise for the local businesses to help with the logistics. And again, it proves that we can coexist and find ways to make everybody feel that their concerns are being addressed. And then the next slide, I wanted to discuss a little bit about the study that was brought up last week. It was cited that 89% of pedestrian malls in the United States have a failure rate. That means that 11% have been successful. And I know that's not an impressive number, but of those 80% of the successful pedestrian malls, we meet the criteria for those successful pedestrian malls. They happened in areas that had populations under 100,000. Check that box. They happened in certain settings, such as a university town. We check that box. And so the other item that I wanted to point out about this study is that it was from 2015. And that's 11 years ago, which doesn't necessarily sound like a lifetime ago, but it was before the pandemic, and a lot has changed since then. Our relationship to outdoor spaces has drastically undergone some changes. I think there's a lot more hunger for being in outdoor spaces since the pandemic, and people really appreciate having that space and that air around them. So that was that, and then I'm going to flip it back over to Councilmember Rosenberger.
A little bit about economic development. So this increases when walking and biking opportunities increase. Some of these specific ways are impulse spending. Bicyclists and pedestrians are more likely to stop in and to buy things and make frequent stops. Higher monthly spend. Cyclists and walkers tend to spend the same or more on average than someone arriving by car. And New York City, this was about protected bike lanes, so it is different, show that they did a revitalization of 9th Avenue, a redesign where they had a 49% surge in retail sales. Some nearby studies, these are our bigger picture economic development from mostly bike recreation. So it's different than looking at bike commuting so much, but more so like folks either coming to an area to bike for fun or people biking for fun who live there. These are older. I think the first one was Minnesota in 2009 that they said the state bicyclists attributed to $261 million increase in the economy, more than 5,000 jobs, and generated $35 million in taxes. That's just one. You all can read the numbers too. They're in the hundreds of millions for what kind of economic development impact this can have as people bike and walk. Chicago and Montreal. Montreal has 10 different pedestrian zones, and it's seasonal, and of course in Montreal that season is pretty darn short. They talk about, I've been to one for a placemaking conference, they talked about having a 90% approval rating from visitors and residents. 60% of local businesses liked it and saw an increase in foot traffic depending on the street, 17 to 86%. Chicago has a Sundays on State Street happening now. This is in the Loop, so it's where, the big buildings are and everything in Chicago, and they were definitely fighting, I guess, folks, having an issue with folks going to different neighborhoods and I think suburbs to hang out on the weekends, so they started a Sundays on Slate, and in 2023 had more than 1 million folks over 2 events. There was an economic impact of $7.8 million, and then because of this, they are looking very seriously at bringing back permanent pedestrian streets there. I talked a little bit about job creation, but this is another snapshot. It mostly is just saying that money that is invested in projects that include bike ped in any way are just create a lot more jobs, 11.4 jobs per $1 million spent, where if it is a project that is road only, it's 7.8 jobs per $1 million. I was just trying to get some good numbers out there for folks to have some numbers. The next slide is just, again, we've kind of been through this. It was like amendments and actions from talking with all of you all and everyone else. So the amendments that we already did, and then sort of a next step situation where hopefully council can codify this. Then I did talk to some other council members about potentially having a resolution ready when we're back requesting funding for Kirkwood, or looking at designating a fund for this or a portion of a fund for this, because we did hear a lot about we don't want to do this without having funding for it. So trying to figure out a way to work on that with council and the administration. And then the charrettes and everything, and then April, it gets going.
All right.
I think now would then be a good time to have the Transportation Commission
Go
chair.
for this brief presentation.
Thank you, Steve Olin, Chair of the Transportation Commission. We met on Monday, June 8th in a special hearing. There were 6 members in attendance. out of the 9 who are appointed to the commission. I did want to, I'll just read to you the motion that was accepted by the commission. We had some trouble figuring out exactly how to form the motion. Staff made a presentation in which they brought to us a resolution recommending a negative finding, or finding a negative recommendation for the ordinance. After a couple of hours debate, the commission adopted this motion. They moved to reject staff's recommended findings, I'm quoting now, to adopt new findings that the council ordinance is broadly consistent with the Transportation Commission's criteria for analysis and review, and to forward a positive recommendation on the ordinance to City Council. That motion was approved 5-1. So I do want to just remind Council that it is within the remit of the Transportation Commission to consider the broader use of rights of way, but the Commission is supported by the Departments of Planning and Transportation and Engineering, and the conversion of a street to something beyond a shared street to a public place requires other departments like Economic and Sustainable Development. The Parking Commission began with at least 2 members who were merchants. There is no express requirement for a merchant on the Transportation Commission. We remain able to consider the methods by which East Kirkwood becomes something more than it is now. It is within our portfolio to oversee corridor studies, for example, and we'd be happy to talk with you about getting that started. But we want to emphasize that this is going to require the attention of many departments, interest groups, and elected officials beyond our scope. One last thing I wanted to say in response to Councilmember Daley's idea that user fees are a viable way to fund public services. That is how parking is now paying for itself since meters came into use more than 10 years ago. I want to share a small bit of new data I literally received this afternoon from Walker Parking, which is finalizing the study they've done of the city's parking system. In 2018, $2.344 million were generated by meters downtown, and the split of that was 46% credit card, 36% coin, and 18% by the Park Mobile app. As of last year, if I'm reading the data correctly, that figure is now $2.989 million. 32% use card, only 15% coin. The app is now 53% of transactions. So there's a tremendous change in the way that people are using parking, but the program as overall is successful, and I want to encourage council to consider that a user fee for different services that might be provided would be viable. Again, that's the kind of thing that we'd be happy to contemplate in a corridor study or any other further debate over these ideas. We look forward to working with you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Commissioner Volin? Please, Councilmember Stassberg.
Having caught the end of that Transportation Commission meeting, I think that it would be good for council to maybe hear the longer story of the 2 votes that failed to pass because there was it's not as clear cut maybe as
I'm happy to
so far.
explore them. Okay, so our first motion was to, because again, we were unsure of how the Transportation Commission's process is modeled on Plan Commission, but it's still not entirely clear to commissioners. The first motion was made to adopt no recommendation, to adopt a neutral recommendation that was a 3-3 vote. And we were instructed that any recommendation sent to council required 5 votes, the majority of the 9 members. The second motion was to adopt a negative recommendation. That failed 2-4. Only after those 2 motions did we adopt the third motion. I don't know if that answers your question, Councilmember Stassberg. I'm happy to go through the votes of the individual members if you'd like.
questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank
We'll
you.
now move to a time of public comment. If you'd like to come. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Piedmont Smith, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you. Could I hear the wording of the vote, the motion that was adopted 5-1, please?
I will reread the wording of the motion. Quote, the motion was to reject staff's recommended findings, to adopt new findings that the council ordinance is broadly consistent with the commission's criteria for analysis/review, and to forward a positive recommendation on the ordinance to City Council. Would you?
Okay.
Sorry? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Council President Nassar, could I also just briefly speak
please go
to
ahead.
that
Please go.
as our
Go on.
member
please.
who's
Thank
appointed
you.
to the Transportation Commission and who made that motion as we were searching for the right motion to make? In particular, there are 4 set of criteria that are codified by which the commission assesses various proposals. The way the commission's been operating, staff comes in with proposed findings. This is now the second time that the commission has decided to reject the proposed findings of staff. And we're kind of getting our sea legs, I would say, of like how to do that. And there was some confusion about the appropriateness of coming prepared with alternative findings, for instance. This was also on a relatively short turnaround of timeline, this one. So it's been part of our learning process, but the reason alternative findings that were more detailed or point by point in the 4 criteria weren't developed is because there wasn't time to do that and wasn't clarity on how to do that. So that's why the motion, because we did need to adopt findings of some kind, and so that's why the motion was worded that we found the ordinance to be broadly aligned with the criteria for assessment and review, as Mr. Rowland stated.
So helpful, thank you. Councilmember Stassberg.
Councilmember Flaherty, can you review, if you have it in front of you, or maybe Commissioner Volan does, those 4 review criteria that Transportation Commission uses? I know you stated them during that meeting, but
I have them pulled up if you'd like me to read them.
Sure.
They are consistent with the comprehensive plan and other actual city adopted plans. That the plan is consistent with best practices for eliminating all transportation-related fatalities and serious injuries within the city. That is consistent with advancing a sustainable transportation system and equitable access to all transportation facility users while prioritizing non-automotive modes, and has adequately conducted public engagement and considered community-centric design tied to targeted outcomes.
I guess I just want to say that in terms of whether or not to convert Kirkwood to an all pedestrian street is more than just those 4 pieces of transportation specific thing. There are other components of that. And so I guess I wanted those read partly to point that out, that the Transportation Commission's focus on this was relatively narrow in terms of a piece of what closing Kirkwood to cars would do. Thanks.
I would agree with what both council members said. It's been difficult for us to find our sea legs, but we're getting there, and we think that yesterday or Monday's debate was productive and needs to continue.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, we'll now move to a time of public comment. If you'd like to comment on this, may I see just a show of hands of people who would like to comment on this ordinance? All right, thank you so much. All right, if you could say your name, you know the role.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Yeah.
And don't forget to sign in.
Yeah,
I'm reminded.
Hello again. My name is Zach Ammerman. You're probably tired of hearing from me on this issue. I've been in your inbox several times, but here I am again. So I'd just like to start by pushing back against some of the administration's arguments against pedestrianizing Kirkwood, which I think have been pretty weak, to be frank with you. We were told that several comparable cities are in fact not comparable, and when in fact all of the data suggests that in the most important respects, we are comparable in all of the ways that would strongly predict a success of a pedestrian program. Boulder, Burlington, and Charlottesville all have similar, they're college towns with compact and dense downtowns, young populations, and sustained commitments from their cities. Those are things that we either already have or could have in Bloomington, so I think that's a reason that they are comparable. We were also told that 89% of American pedestrian streets fail. That is a single figure from a single study from 2013, actually, not 2015, so it's even older, by one person who prepared it for the city of Fresno in 2013. That is hardly a law of nature. Just pointing that out. And in that very same study, by the way, which was not cited by the administration, it said that it cited all of the ways that Bloomington actually would be a successful program, and all the things I just mentioned, a college town, population under 100,000, et cetera. We were also told that closing Kirkwood to cars would harm accessibility. I frankly disagree with that. There have been extensive studies on pedestrian streets, and federal accessibility guidelines disagree, and those studies disagree. But for time's sake, suffice it to say that the administration's framing reduces the full spectrum of accessibility concerns down to a single, largely irrelevant variable: how close a car can park to a door. I argue that that position is not serious engagement with accessibility, but rather a defense of car dependency. We were told removing cars would have no impact on crashes on a street the city's own safety analysis designates as a highest impact corridor. I'll let that contradiction speak for itself. I think it's a little bit silly. Here's the real reason why pedestrian streets fail. It's when cities underinvest, hedge, try to have it both ways, try to implement idiosyncratic half measures, and quietly undermine their own programs. And I think we've seen that on full display from the city administration on the Kirkwood program. Bloomington has every structural advantage research identifies for implementing a successful pedestrian program. The one ingredient we are missing is political will and vision, and that is one that can only be supplied by you here tonight. So I ask the council to fill that gap in will and vision and give this program the firm, durable commitment that success requires. Thank you.
And you can sign up in advance if you'd like. It makes it smoother. So person online, go ahead. Is the person online there? I think so. All right, we'll come back to chambers as the person online is not quite ready, so we'll come to you.
Okay, my name's Hilary Martel, and as a downtown business owner, I am in full support of creating a more pedestrian-friendly Kirkwood. My opinion, though, is that creating a carless Kirkwood and a pedestrian mall Kirkwood are two totally separate things. The cities that were mentioned that have created these successful pedestrian malls, that's, we talked about Burlington, Iowa City, Charlottesville, Boulder. All of these cities created these pedestrian-only outdoor malls in the late 1970s and the early 1980s to try and counter suburban flight. They created these areas with grants and bonds totaling anywhere from $1.85 million to $6 million and continue to spend millions annually to keep these spaces up. The current value of those bonds and grants needed would be $10 million to $24 million, plus what is needed annually to keep these spaces up. We're lacking that. We don't have those grants and bonds in place to create a successful pedestrian mall. My biggest nightmare as a downtown business owner is to see 5 blocks of what people have referred to as a concrete desert. That's what I saw last summer when I was downtown. That's a huge concern to me, and I don't think that really benefits anyone. The cities that have created these successful pedestrian areas and that have had master plans and have had these bonds and grants and have made these successful areas, they have been able to create a park-like environment. The roads are brick paved or they're cobblestone paved. They're quaint. They have planters with flowers. They plant mature trees that are already going to provide shade. That's why it costs millions and millions of dollars to create this. Most of the places have fountains. They have splash pads for kids to play in. They have playgrounds. That's what we want. And that's my kids are a little older now. They're not going to play in a splash pad. But when I had young children, that's what we needed. And that costs millions and millions of dollars. And if you're going to draw the amount of traffic that you need to Kirkwood to justify closing off 5 blocks, you have to have weekly concerts. You have to have farmers markets. You have to have an amphitheater. These are all things that the city has already created downtown within Switchyard Park. We have a playground, we have a skate park, we have a splash pad, we have a beeline that's only pedestrian and bike friendly. We have all these things that are located in downtown, and unless you're willing to recreate that on Kirkwood to bring the amount of people we need to justify losing 5 blocks of parking and accessibility, I don't see how it really makes sense. A lot of these larger cities too, and again, this is with millions and millions of dollars of grants, like Burlington. They started off as only a 2-block project, and then it kind of develops from there. By closing off 5 blocks of city, I think it would cost way too much money to create on each individual block things that are going to actually bring members of the community into the town to participate in whatever is going on. I also think that—
I'm so sorry, that's your time.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you so much. Next in council chambers, and thank you for those comments. Please.
My name is Hartzell Martel. I've been a merchant downtown for 34 years. I'm against the permanent closure of Kirkwood due to the lack of accessibility the 5-block closure creates. We're in full support of the closure of Kirkwood for events such as Pride Fest, Lotus Festival, Taste of Bloomington, and other specific events that brings people together on Kirkwood. The City Council used State College, Pennsylvania as an example in their studies. State College does not offer a permanent sprawling pedestrian mall, but a designated pedestrian zones in downtown area. One, East End Social, is a seasonal pocket park running from May to early August when the college is not in session. This area features lush street planters, seating areas, bistro, lighting with regular summer block parties, and live entertainment. This would be a great model for Bloomington to follow since small summer business has decreased down due to IU classes going on online after COVID. The second area in State College is Calder Walkway, which is a part-time pedestrian mall that only restricts vehicle traffic in the evenings. Following the lead of State College would be a much more feasible option since they are a college town of similar population and median income. I would really like to see downtown visited more during the summers, and accessibility is a must. Eliminating full vehicle access based on a vision with no financial backing is, as the council had admitted, to putting the cart before the horse. I wonder if the horse will die before the cart sometimes, but this would disrupt businesses, that's all I'm saying. Residents and visitors today for a project that may never materialize, closing the main corridor to IU's campus, downtown retail and restaurants is not bold leadership, it is poor planning. As local business owners, our ability to earn our living depends on customer being able to easily access the area. Closing Kirkwood without creating a true pedestrian area cuts off parking and accessibility that my business relies on every single day. This is not an abstract policy debate for us. It's my family and other business owners' financial security on the line. This is the reason myself, along with many other downtown small business owners and the Chamber of Commerce, are against a carless Kirkwood for now. I urge the council to table this proposal until funding and concrete timeline exists. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll continue in council chambers.
Hey, good evening again, Council. It's Chris Rimsey from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I welcome and I want to echo the sentiments of our business owners, which I hope were listening. We were at the Advocacy Council meeting today, and universally the idea was panned by the council as just not ready. The city has long envisioned that pedestrian-oriented Kirkwood Avenue, but the question remains not whether shared streets a valid concept. It is. The question is whether we identified costs, understood trade-offs, established a management structure, defined meaningful measures for success before creating another long-term public obligation. Those questions deserved answers. We talked about what we're lacking is political will. I'm telling you, you're lacking funding. SB1 and the fiscal cliff in 2029 is not something to create major long-term obligations for. If you look at where the administration's budget goes, and they're proposing a lot of big programs, a lot of big projects. That's not the direction they're going, because I think they understand that we are not in the fiscal place to do this. The best time to plant a tree was last year. The best plan to do this was probably 2 decades ago. We sort of look at some other things besides that is what we should be relying on, things that bring people in town that are working age. We're lacking that particular population of working age people that are going to have lit revenue, that's going to bring in that sort of revenue to have the projects that we all want. But fiscally, we are not there. There's competing priorities that I've not heard once here. We have talked about the sidewalk issue here in town, the streets issue. We have public safety. We have public recreation and parks, wonderful public space that needs maintenance. We have, I've mentioned before, Frank Southern, the Winslow, and some other big capital projects. What are we not going to do? Those are hard conversations and deliberations that you need to have before we get to, oh, let's make this obligation. We'll figure it out. Figuring it out is not the way to go, I think, right now. There's challenges that are real we're dealing with. We're having to look at lighting, landscaping for Kirkwood, seating, furnishings, ADA access, who owns the day-to-day operations, which department's responsible, who manages events, what are the metrics for success? Foot traffic, business performance, public safety activity, customer surveys, who's collecting that data? There's not the accountability in there. I can't preface this enough that you need to have some hard conversations budgetarily before we start doing some obligations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now move online. Are there people online who'd like to comment? Yeah, we'll come back to, we'll come back, yes. Folks online, you should have the ability to unmute yourself.
Do we just speak?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Baum.
Chris Sturbaum. Wouldn't it be reassuring if 89% of these succeeded instead of failed? And that statistic is old and has been explained to be old, but the designers of Pearl Street cited a more recent study of 400 that have been attempted, 12 succeeded, 12 are still running. That is 3% success, 97% failure. You know, the picnic tables in the sun, I just heard a report of this summer because of the climate issues, and we're going to expect 100-degree days this summer, 90-degree and 100-degree days. That's going to be brutal out there on the streets. Seniors have money to spend, but if they can't get close enough to the town, they're going the wrong way on a one-way street. They have to walk to the Kirkwood to get there. It's gonna, and the students, of course, are gone in the summer. So where's your population? What's the counter to bare streets? It's sensible to close it for occasions. You know, focused occasions, that helps the businesses, that helps people get downtown and do something, but the constant closure, really a desert down there. There's a looming recession. Businesses are logically worried about this, and when they were going to extend Pearl Street, the businesses were unanimously against it because of financial reasons, and that the turnover in a parking spot is real money to a merchant. It isn't just one parking spot, it's 18 cars a day that use that spot. Those customers are lost. Multiply the spots lost by a large number, and you're doing the math that business people whose families depend on their businesses do. So I gotta say, if you do this, you'll own it. And I'm not sure it's something you're gonna be feeling good about owning in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else online? Next person online, take it away.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is Carol Canfield. I'm a lifelong resident of Bloomington, and I'm now at the point in my life where I can't get around like I once did. And I'm I'm against closing Kirkwood permanently because it will cut me off from being able to use things such as the buzz chum. I can't walk the distance, and I'd like to be able to continue to use things in my hometown that I've been using all my life, and this will effectively cut me off from that and other people with disability issues. So I would urge you to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else online? Next person online, take it away.
Hi, my name is Ted Pauley, and I'm in favor of both a seasonal closure of Kirkwood and working towards a permanent closure of Kirkwood to cars and creating a pedestrian-only zone. I think a well-designed and thoughtfully designed pedestrian-only zone would create a much-needed, vibrant, and accessible public third space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else online? Okay, there's 4 more people online, so I don't have to go back and forth doing this. Next person, go for it. And then the 3 after, go for it.
I'll go next. My name is Claire Woods. I just also want to reiterate support for this. I think a lot of the comments I'm hearing are based on assumptions, and a lot of the evidence that was presented tonight from the council, just hearing that there's a lot of thought being put into it and a lot of potential to address many of the concerns, and trust that that is possible. And personally, as someone who was born and raised in Bloomington and used to spend an immense amount of time specifically on Kirkwood as a young child who had 2 older sisters who worked at the library and loved that part of Bloomington, it's drastically changed. And to see like the potential ideas for third space are really neat. So just want to echo support.
Thank you. Thank you. Next person.
Hi, this is Dave Huber. I went to college and grad school here and live on the near west side, and I am in favor of exploring options for making downtown more pedestrian friendly. I think the framing of whether or not to close Kirkwood to cars is hindering the conversation to some extent. I think the question might better be asked, how might we make downtown more friendly to pedestrians? And I think that introduces a lot of ideas. I actually led a design thinking workshop with the city, Downtown Bloomington Inc., and a number of stakeholders 5 summers ago, and we came up with like 30 ideas and actually tested them downtown and surveyed people on which ones were most popular. And things like activating the alleys and having designated spaces for buskers were some of the most popular. And so I think asking the question, how might we make downtown more enjoyable for pedestrians is wonderful, and we might find more fruitful answers heading it that way. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next person online, and then we'll come back to Chambers.
Hi, this is Joan Middendorf. I live in the near west side. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, perfectly.
And I'm in favor of the partial closure of Kirkwood and working towards a permanent closure. I traveled 3 times since 2023 to Netherlands because I really wanted to get ideas of what we could do in Bloomington, because they seem to have a lot of things figured out. And I would say one of the most surprising things to me was how disabled people use closed streets. And I agree with the person who said, let's stop talking about closing it to parking. We're opening it up to safety for families and children. I live in the near west side, so my next door neighbor is like 20 feet away on either side. It's a great thing for community. A lot of people in Bloomington don't have community, and you can get that down on Kirkwood. I don't know if you all go down there. I go down there, and places like Lenny's they put a tent up, they put all these tables out, and it's such a cheerful and fun thing to do. And I really encourage us to do that for our city. That will make more people want to come and visit. Thank you very much.
Thank you ever so much. We'll come back to Chambers. I saw a couple of people who sat down who would like to go. Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, my name is John Santos, concerned citizen, I guess. Also own a business, but not directly on Kirkwood, but so I'm in that area to see the area. And I've got a lot of lists of cons versus pros, but instead of going through that, I just wanted to be the voice of reason to just point out, to use some common sense and logic when you're thinking about this, because it seems obvious to me, but evidently doesn't to a lot of people. People are forgetting it takes vehicles to bring pedestrians. And you can't cherry pick the places that have been successful, and I'm not impressed with a 10% success rate, but you're cherry picking the things that make us similar makes it sound great, but what are the things that we don't have that those successful places have? And one of the things I'm betting on is they probably have a parking garage or some kind of additional parking to bring people in, or it's a very heavily pedestrian residential area, which Bloomington actually does have a lot of pedestrian residents, but those are students, and they're actually gone during this period that you're looking at closing Kirkwood. So you're closing Kirkwood during the time Bloomington has the least amount of pedestrians and the least amount of traffic and the least amount of people. The businesses actually need, and there's a lot of town people in this town that don't live within the city limits. They have to have a way to get into Kirkwood. They do come to Kirkwood in the summers, but they haven't lately just because of the parking and the traffic flow situation. And all I ask is just to use some logic and common sense into determining the whole thing rather than what looks like it could be a fun, nice thing at the end, but I don't see a path to get there. And like someone else has said, plan it better before you just do it and hope for the best. But I do want to point out that, that the only residents, the majority of them are students that can walk there at any given time, and they're gone. Like, they're gone in the summertime. So it's almost like you're closing it at the wrong time. Like fall, when the students come back, is probably the better time for it to be closed. But for anybody else to enjoy it, they need access. And then you're forgetting the street. Like Chicago's a residential area, and but there's still a street. I mean, all those businesses and residents still need to be served. They still need to get their packages delivered. The businesses still need their products delivered, all that kind of stuff. Emergency vehicles have to be able to go through if there's a fire, things like that. So just, like I said, it would be nice to have something pedestrian, but I don't want something where it's just 5 residents or 5 businesses. All right.
Thank you so much. Next person in chambers.
Hi, my name is Jamie Scholl. I didn't think I'd be speaking on this tonight. It's a hot topic, and I know I can see both sides. I'm really into the sustainability. I was on that commission until pretty recently, and I understand how it's so, it can be such a great idea. And I love the piazzas that would be in Europe. I've also been to Pearl Street when it was not functioning as we thought it would. I love being able to walk there without cars, but it was desolate. I think I passed 3 or 4 other people on the whole stretch and length of that. I decided to get up and mention something because there are a lot of people who do not contact council members and will write on social media. And this is on a Facebook post, which I believe I've done before when I've stood up to try and represent other perspectives that are not being heard. And a lot of them have to do with people who may be living on the west side who do not have a handicap sticker to park closely. Parking is an issue. There's one person, so there's almost 300 responses on the WTIU Facebook post when this was first heard 2 weeks ago. One person said, ultimately, the most important voices on this issue will have to be the businesses on Kirkwood as to whether this is helpful or harmful to them to close the road to vehicular traffic. There is some expletives in some of these, so I won't mention those on both sides. There's another one. It says, a member of Trinity Episcopal, it really hurts our entrance, especially for disability parking. I do not hate it, but it does really restrict Trinity's welcome and commitment to Bloomington. The only reason Fremont Street in Vegas worked is because they put the lighted canopy up and have many outdoor concerts and kiosks. Just blocking Kirkwood without a substantial investment in planning won't be great whatsoever. I mean, you all could go and read any one of those 200, almost 300 responses to get a better perspective of what is representative of the community rather than all of us sitting here or the few that call in. I just like for this to be, all sides to be considered, and I do agree that it makes more sense to close it in the wintertime than in the summertime because it does hinder native Bloomingtonians who used to drive here regularly from coming and patronizing the businesses to help keep our downtown vibrant. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next person in chambers.
Thank you. My name is Paul Gillard. I'm a former business owner on Kirkwood with a restaurant, and I just wanted to speak to the comparison of the half-year closure versus a full-year closure. This may be a little premature for the time to discuss this, but I've heard more about it recently, and I think this is where it's leading to. The half-year summertime closure makes a lot of sense. It's been very helpful to businesses, bringing more people downtown. The winter closure, November to April, becomes really difficult for a business owner. The obvious reasons, parking away from Kirkwood and having to travel in the elements. Once people do that once or twice, they consciously decide just not to venture downtown in the winter, knowing the street is closed. And that makes, if we turn the winter time into a difficult sales volume time, we already know the summer with losing so much student population, it's difficult for a business down there, no matter what we do with the street and try to bring more people down. The real 3 months when students are gone, it kills your sales volume, and it's part of being on Kirkwood, and we know that. But if we start to take away the community and the students in the winter time, that volume, that becomes even tougher. The students, we know, they find their way to the bars in the wintertime, we know that, but the remainder of Kirkwood, a lot of the small businesses just don't get the foot traffic of students in the elements, in the weather. And the pedestrian bicycle data that you put up earlier is not relevant in the winter really anymore as well. So again, from a business owner's perspective, we know that the summer's already difficult. If the winter time becomes difficult for customers to get down there, that creates a challenge for business owners that they may not be able to overcome. So thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you so much, sir. Next person in chambers.
Hi, Paul Rousseau again. I'm a little bit torn about this as well, but I mostly favor it. Interesting trend that I see is that generally people, and all the people that have spoken tonight, seems that most of the people who look or sound like they're under 40 are in support of it, and those who look or sound like they're more my age are against it. And I don't think that's a coincidence. Since I got hit by a car 2 years ago, I can't walk as easily. Being able to walk long distances is now something I can no longer take for granted. So I sympathize with my friends who have spoken against this tonight. I think the key will be, how do you get older people access from parking spaces to the front door? And I would like to suggest that we've heard about the cart behind a horse tonight. I think horses are kind of messy. I'd rather have a bicyclist in front of a cart And I'd like to see, I'd like you to consider pedicabs, also known as bicycle taxis. And I mentioned this at the transportation meeting, I think. I can envision a program in which the city selects people to be registered and approved who shuttle people back and forth between parking garages and the Kirkwood area, especially in the summertime, especially in the evenings, I suppose, when people want to go out to eat. So I hope that sort of thing gets considered in the deliberations to follow. And yeah, but I still generally support this. I think this is the wave of the future. I think that the data...
How are the Cubs doing? How's the basketball doing?
Mr. Sturbaum, you're unmuted. Please mute yourself. Thank you.
Yeah. I lost my train of thought. I was going to say that the data that is old is especially out of date because it was before the pandemic. I think we all saw how the pandemic really changed a lot of things and spurred momentum towards these kind of pedestrian zones, not just here, but all over the country and Europe. So please consider that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters in chambers? Please go ahead.
I'm really new to this, but I'm Jessica. I'm a manager at one of the businesses around. I'm a single mother, so closing of Kirkwood, decisions that are made in this room directly whether or not can provide for my family, because it could cause businesses to close down. You aren't just debating urban design or pedestrian walkways, you're debating the ability of things. I'm so sorry. I urge you to keep Kirkwood open. The reality of the business model, we're a business of convenience and spontaneous enjoy, which is considering parents driving home with their kids and families running errands downtown, and elderly residents looking for a quick treat to rely on, being able to access our block when Kirkwood is closed. They are gonna just move along. They're not gonna stop in and see us, so that's gonna rely on the business being empty streets bring more pedestrians, but the exact opposite. Daily visits to Kirkwood actually dropped by 8% during the recent closures. For business like ours, the 8% drop isn't just a statistic on a spreadsheet. It means fewer customers, lower sales, and fewer tips for the hardworking staff that I manage. Furthermore, the practical nightmare. Furthermore, running shop requires consistent logistical support. We need deliveries of dairy, supplies, and all of those things. We can't have somebody just put a time limit. Somebody said time, but we can't tell a big company that they can only come at this certain time. So that wouldn't necessarily work. So that will make my job more difficult. We cannot run a successful downtown economy on weekends and festival hours alone. Now, those are great, that brings in business, but the city's current parklet model already works. It gives restaurants outdoor seating without destroying the traffic flow retail for socially shops, like ours desperately need to survive. Please remember, downtown Bloomington is sustained by real people working demanding hours and keep our community vibrant. Do not sacrifice the livelihoods and local workers and independent shops for experiment on the data that shows is failing. Keep our streets accessible, protect our local workers, and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments in chamber. All right, let's come back. I'm sorry, one more online. Person online, close us out, please.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to comment in support. I think we're hearing a lot of opposition and a lot of assumptions being made. The first one I'll comment on is the comment about you need cars to bring people places. I actually opt for walking and biking as often as possible, and I don't bring my car, so I don't think that that's a valid point. We have parking garages, we have buses, we have bike paths, we have sidewalks, we have all the infrastructure that would support getting people downtown without using a car. I have regularly used the downtown area and the Kirkwood area in the last 2 summers when this has been an option. And I will actually, and I'm already finding myself not going downtown as often because it's not built and set up the same way that it has been the last few summers. I think it's really easy to push back on the data and say that there's failure, but the data that was presented today very clearly painted a picture that in the right conditions, with the right factors being considered and the right logistics being planned for, it can be very successful. And I think we're hearing a lot of pushback that is grounded in assumptions that it will be a failure, but if we're planning this properly and we're taking into considerations things like disabled people, then it can be a lot more successful. This is also kind of narrowly focused on people who are disabled from a physical standpoint in one specific category. It's not taking into consideration people who actually want to spend time outside in safer places with cleaner air, not inside of a building for someone who might be COVID cautious like myself and actually depends on being able to eat at restaurants outside in the summer. And I can't do that in the winter, and I'm a year-long resident. I am someone who was born and raised here, and I love towny summer, and I love spending time downtown and on campus in the summer. So I think the argument against the students not being there and the business not being there because the students leave is not a valid one. We see more and more students staying around through the summer every single year, and the residents, most of the people that I spend time around, they look forward to being able to access downtown and be able to do things and use things without the students overrunning that. So I think, again, not really a valid argument for everyone. I think I would just urge people to consider the fact that many of the fears that we're hearing today are grounded on the fact that we are assuming this will fail. They are not being grounded in the fact that we have a choice here to plan intentionally and budget for these things and make it more accessible for disabled people, make it more accessible for folks who need to get there physically. But we need to be thinking about the collective needs here, and it sounds like residents are really in support, and the residents want to support the businesses, and they will do that more if we support making this a pedestrian space. If we're not listening to the residents who want to go spend the money downtown, then what's the point of all of this? So I would just urge you to zoom out a little bit and not be so rooted in the fears here and be rooted in what the data says about situations like ours and cities like ours and how that can be successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I was asked for you to say your name for the record or some alias or something. Last person. Maybe they're gone. No, the person online. Okay, fantastic. Well, there's 2 more people. Okay, well, 2 more people. Go ahead, 2 more people.
Hi, my name is Alex York, for the record. Sorry, I've had my hand up and down. I've been putting my kids to bed this evening. And yeah, that's, I guess that they're not asleep yet, and I hope they don't call, so I'm just going to say that the last speaker, I fully embraced their comments and would like to second them and will add the additional detail. I'm a father of 2 young children. We have been in that Kirkwood area on occasions when it has been closed for events, and it is a beautiful place to be with my children as a family. And if the street were closed, we would frequent there much more often. And also to the economic concerns and things, going back to the first comment from Zach, I fully agree that there's a much higher risk of failure if there's a failure of imagination with the closure. We have to do this. If you do it, you must do it right, which means that, you know, splitting the year is never going to be as successful because you can't have the correct infrastructure for both vehicles and a pedestrian mall. So yeah, just those are the factors that I encourage you to consider. I would love to see this happen, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, now, last person online. Close us out, please.
Sorry, hey, I couldn't unmute myself earlier. I was the previous speaker. I just wanted to comment my name for the record. My name is Tessa Donahue.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, back to council. No, what? All right, back to public comment. One last comment. Now, if you have not raised your hand at this point, after this, I'm not going to, relent. Go, person online, your chance.
Hello, good evening. I'm on a family vacation on the East Coast right now, but I wanted to hop on quickly and just share an email I had sent to council in case you hadn't read it. I did mistakenly say my children's ages. My son is 9 and my daughter is 8. Katie and Jeff Yoder are our names, and I'm just going to read from the email that I shared with council. When Kirkwood was closed to vehicle traffic, it became a place we wanted to spend time, a third place, if you will. We would bike and run and walk downtown, linger after meals, browse shops, run into friends, and enjoy being part of the community. It felt safer, more welcoming, and more inviting for families. Instead of hurrying from one destination to another, we stayed. As parents, we are constantly evaluating spaces through the lens of safety. We teach our children to watch for traffic, use crosswalks, and be aware of distracted drivers. While cars are a necessary part of our community, not every space needs to be designed around them. A pedestrian-focused Kirkwood gives families a place where people, not vehicles, are the priority. We understand that there are concerns about costs, implementation, and other areas of Bloomington that also need investment. Those are important conversations to have. However, we do not believe those priorities are mutually exclusive. Bloomington can continue improving pedestrian safety and infrastructure throughout the city while also creating welcoming spaces in its vibrant downtown core. Our own neighborhood is currently being considered for pedestrian and cyclist improvements after a child was struck by a careless driver, and this was a close neighbor and friend of our children. And this was on the Transportation Commission. We've discussed this extensively. That experience has reinforced the importance of designing communities that prioritize people. We are encouraged when Bloomington invests in safer, more walkable spaces, and we see a pedestrianized Kirkwood as an extension of those same values. Bloomington's own transportation planning already recognizes that different streets serve different purposes. Some corridors are designed to move traffic efficiently, while other places where people gather, walk, shop, and connect. Kirkwood sits at the heart of our city and our downtown. Investing in it as a people-focused space aligns with Bloomington's broader commitment to walkability, safety, and vibrant public spaces. What we appreciated most about a car-free Kirkwood was not simply the absence of cars, it was the presence of people, families, students, residents, visitors, and friends all sharing a common space. It felt like the kind of downtown that draws people in rather than moves them through. As a family, we spent more time downtown when Kirkwood was closed. We stayed longer.
I'm so sorry, that's your
businesses.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your vacation, and everyone, we made it through. Thank you for your wonderful comments. We're back to council. I'm sorry, stop it. We're back to council for final comments before a vote. Anyone? All right, Councilman Morello.
Yes, thanks. Well, first let me say I thank my colleagues for bringing this forward. I'm too torn. Some of the comments, I don't want to tarry too much here, but obviously there are mixed views, and those all need to be considered. I think I'm sort of flying blind at this point in terms of understanding the disposition of the community, although we've had a lot of public comment, and there's a lot to consider. I'm particularly sensitive to the businesses on Kirkwood and those surrounding it. I've only had the opportunity to speak just today with Michael Mazur from Pattaya Imports. John Santos and I had a brief conversation, but I want to extend that and hear more from him and others. Lots to consider here. Councilmember Daley talked about the impact of the convention center, which is going to open in early 2027, hopefully. That's going to have a profound, I think, impact on the success of this. But there has to be a lot more. Mr. MG talked about metrics for success. I absolutely think that we need those. We have to have assurances of probability of success. I heard a comment about if it occurs, it must be done right. Obviously, we have to do this, be fully invested in it if we do it. And with that comes the necessity for funding, which is, of course, an important consideration. Is grant funding available? Accessibility concerns are paramount to me as well. So my view is to bookmark this for the future and to revisit it through a series of deliberation sessions so that we can really dive deep into these particulars and make sure that whatever trade-offs are made makes sense and that the success is assured. So I'll be supporting this for now, tentatively with, the expectation that we will visit this again in various forms and have a better idea of what we will do at that time. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Zulik.
Thank you. I guess I'll start off by saying that in a perfect world, I would love to see Kirkwood pedestrianized. But I don't feel that the current state of Kirkwood is the version that we would like to see closed. If you spent time on Kirkwood last year when it was closed, folks might have noticed that the street was fairly empty, especially during the periods where students were not in town. That is not the vibrant Kirkwood that we would all like to see. The kinds of changes that would be required to do so are incredibly expensive, and I'm not convinced that that's the best use of our funds that are currently pretty limited. As Councilmember Piedmont Smith brought up last week, there are many other streets, including South Walnut, a major corridor, that need some serious investment too. While it is a blessing that Kirkwood and District 6 are getting so much attention, we do already spend a significant amount of money on the maintenance of Kirkwood, more than any other street. And I think we could spread the love a little bit more around the city. And I have many more thoughts on this, but I will spare you all. A big thank you to Council members Rosenberger and Daley for continuing to have conversations about this with me and working to solve issues raised in previous meetings. If this passes, I promise not to bite my nose to spite my face, and I will do my best to support further activation efforts and investments that bring the city to life. That said, given our current financial situation, I cannot support this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stossberg, then Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Thank you. So I've put a lot of thought into this decision, and for those of you who follow council meetings at all, you know if I write something out, then I'm really serious, and I've actually written something out and tried to put little edits in it as we've gone on tonight, so I'm really hoping that it still makes sense. So the pro-con list is relatively balanced for this issue, and public sentiment doesn't strongly lean to either direction. There is not an argument or a vote that will work for everyone. My decision tree has involved doing my best to look at the big picture of pedestrian malls, the importance of community space, and how this fits into the reality that is Bloomington. With regard to pedestrian malls, it has been acknowledged that though most pedestrian malls have failed, there are success stories, and the successes are pretty great. I've lived in a town that had a failed pedestrian mall, but I'm also from Vermont, where shoppers from all over the state head to Church Street for their shopping needs. The approach I took was to look at some of the successes that were cited, Pearl Street, Church Street, Iowa City, Ithaca, and figure out what might be contributing to their success and whether Kirkwood reflected those same attributes. The biggest commonality was that pedestrianized streets see successes in college towns, and we are that. But there were several other areas where I think Kirkwood falls short. For starters, the number of established retail establishments and restaurants are a lot higher in those places than on Kirkwood, even though the pedestrianized space is often shorter. And I'm just going to say, I'm going to call out Church Street in Burlington a little bit because I'm a Vermonter, and we can put that title up there. Oh, Burlington only has 40,000 people, but their urbanized area is much bigger. And they were like the last state to get big box stores, which meant 30 years ago, 35, 40 years ago when I was a kid, like you drove hours to get to a mall because there were not malls anywhere. Right? So it really drew people from all over, not just from the Burlington population, and not even just from the metro area, which is now over 200,000 people. And right now they are 4 blocks, and they have over 100 retail and restaurant establishments. We're talking about 5 blocks of Kirkwood, and I actually thank you for the assist from, I think, DBI Bloomington. We have 32 restaurants and 14 retail places down there on Kirkwood right now. That's just not enough density of destination to be as successful, I think, as we want it to be. So getting back to Bloomington a little bit and getting back to what I actually wrote, Sample Gates to the Square, it's 5 full blocks, it's almost half a mile. It's an extremely long stretch. The slideshow said that one of the things that cited success was short streets, short stretches. 5 blocks, half a mile is not short. It is incredibly long. And there are not very many establishments there. So I also looked at parking, and not because I love parking in cars, but because the success of this space will depend on visit numbers, and vehicular travel is one way that visitors come to this area. And I want to say there's a whole bunch of stuff in this written statement that overlap several comments that the public made here tonight. So the successful pedestrian malls that I examined, and I'm looking at them on Google Maps, I'm doing the street view, I'm looking at the overhead, you know what? They had parking garages adjacent to the pedestrian space. You could walk out of the parking garage and onto the pedestrian space. And we don't have that right now. Now, could we have that? Potentially. Do we have some surface parking lots that are pretty close? Yes, but we don't particularly advertise that very well. Okay, and there's surface parking spots. They are usually full. Parking really does become an issue. And then lastly, as somebody else also pointed out, I looked at pictures and designs of the pedestrian spaces, and the successful pedestrian spaces are not closed to vehicular traffic for only part of the year. They are closed to vehicles year-round, sometimes with exceptions for specifically timed deliveries, and that allows the middle of the street development for planting, public art, and other interesting street features. A seasonal closure on Kirkwood allows for only minimal infrastructure changes to optimize pedestrian enjoyment of the street. In short, I don't think what we have right now on Kirkwood spells success for a closure to vehicular traffic, especially one that requires closure, as this ordinance does, of 5 complete blocks for only part of the year. While I think it is possible to create a vibrant and exciting pedestrian street in Bloomington, perhaps even on Kirkwood, it will take a significant investment to get there. And that brings me to the next part of my consideration, that the sponsors have argued that this kind of ordinance is what is necessary to force the administration's hand to make investments in a pedestrianized Kirkwood and meet the council-cited priorities related to third spaces and community growth. And I lean toward agreeing with my colleagues on that point. I'm deeply disappointed with how the decision to remain open to vehicles was made this year. The process did not recognize how Ordinance 2025-02 had been written, and is another example of this administration not giving attention to the decisions of this legislative body. That said, for me, a yes vote tonight indicates that I strongly support significant budgetary investment into a robust plan to convert Kirkwood from Sample Gates to the Square into a pedestrian optimized space. Some people may not like hearing this, but if we invest significant funds into a space like this, which I'm not certain that we should do at all, I'm not even convinced that the 5 blocks of Kirkwood is the best place to do it. While there is, as was cited in our budget priorities for this year, full body agreement on investment in third spaces, a specific third space is not cited. And I have to ask the question to myself, is Kirkwood the best place for this? Is that what we should close? If we did do that, and my answer right now is maybe. And I'm interested and excited about the upcoming deliberation session that will happen eventually to kind of talk about that, because maybe a different space should be considered. Maybe if we're going to convert vehicle space into people space, we should think about 4th Street between Dunn and Grant. because there's so many restaurants there and so much shade. Maybe we should think about the Kirkwood block on the square, or maybe we should think about the 6th Street block on the square. If we're going to invest in third spaces with additional monies, should we invest in places like along the Beeline Park and Switchyard Park, right? Which somebody also mentioned as being super active right now. And I just can't commit right now to saying, yes, let's have this big monetary investment specifically in these 5 blocks of Kirkwood. So I suspect that my 5 minutes is up. And probably the 2 after that. But the last thing I'm going to say is that the end of this climate action plan action that was cited earlier and is cited in the amendment says that they should establish implementation based on Kirkwood pilot project observations and recommendations, evaluate feasibility of limiting vehicles on certain days of the week and implementing congestion parking pricing where appropriate. So somebody mentioned cherry picking certain things, and I think that was something that was cherry picked. Staff has clearly said that, based on the pilot project observations and recommendations, they're interested in implementing something else. And I cannot support this tonight for all of those reasons. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Piedmont-Smith.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that my video was off for some of the public comment, but I was listening to the public comment. So I find myself agreeing with almost everyone. So I agree that ultimately it is a great goal to have Kirkwood or part of Kirkwood be a pedestrian zone. I've supported that ever since I voted for the transportation plan in 2019. I loved, sitting out on Kirkwood when it was closed and, having dinner. Only in the shade, though. And I do recognize the importance of third spaces. At the same time, I think that a deliberation session should happen before we change our city code. We are putting this in city code. This is not like the other steps we took where we were like, this is use of right-of-way in Title 12. No, this is in Title 15. We're saying this street shall be closed from this and this date. That is a really big step to take before we have a deliberation session. I think that, we have some good data from previous years. We have not as much data as I would like. I think there was some missteps in gathering real feedback that we could really use to make decisions. I think there's also been CBU projects and construction projects that have gotten in the way of the pilot programs. Overall, I think to me, there's not an urgency to put this in our code now. Especially if seeing that our revenue sources are going to be limited in the coming years because of what the state legislature has done. I just don't think it's fiscally wise to put this in our ordinance and then say, we'll figure out the funding later, before we've had any deliberation sessions. So I do really appreciate all the work that Council Members Rosenbarger and Daly have put into this, but I will not be supporting it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate all the public comment and discussion that we've had this year and all the previous years when we've discussed this. It's much of the same conversation every year. It changes a little bit based on experience and perception and what's going on at the State House. I generally have held the view for a long time, since before I served on council, that we can do great things in Bloomington, and that we have a unique and really special opportunity between the Courthouse Square and the Sample Gates to design a shared street and to have that street be pedestrian focused for many times in the year. I think this is a good step that basically just does better what we already did with a vote of 9-0 in Ordinance 2025-02 last year. So it's interesting to reflect that, I don't know how the final vote's going to end up here. It sounds like it's going to be close. It's interesting to reflect that 9 of us supported creating a local law last year that would do exactly what this ordinance does, and now maybe half the folks are not so sure anymore. And it's just kind of, I'm not quite sure why. I've listened to their comments. And there's a few things kind of emerging. But again, this is already already a local law. We're just sort of closing a loophole through which the mayor, without really any real consultation with the council or asking for input, decided to just close the program for this year. So that's why we're back. We're not from a funding perspective, the transportation plan calls for not a corridor study. It calls for a redesign of Kirkwood as a shared street. That's a design question. There, I think, is funding proposed for next year to undertake that design charrette process and redesign, but it's not a corridor study. Just want to clarify that. That's what the major expense will be. I don't know on what timeline we're going to be able to do that. It might be 5, 10, 15 years before we remove the curbs on Kirkwood from, Walnut to Indiana Avenue and actually design it maybe in a way that looks a little bit like Hopewell Commons or something like that. Those types of materials, flush street. That's the big expense piece. We've already been doing this for a number of years at relatively low expense. Can it be better than it's been? Absolutely, it can be. That's the vision, and I hear my colleagues who are going to vote no tonight also supporting that vision, but that vision takes commitment. The idea that we're going to get there by saying, well, I'm not sure where the funding's coming from, so I'm just going to keep waiting, I just respectfully disagree that that's going to get us anywhere. I think if we vote no on this, that's all but a guarantee that as long as Mayor Thompson is in office, this isn't happening. So, I think it's appropriate for us to take a step that re-solidifies what we decided as a body 9-0 at the beginning of last year to commit to this on a seasonal basis, starting from where we are and getting better over time. So I think we need that certainty, like I mentioned earlier, in order to, that is the horse in the car horse analogy in my view, and the details of trade-offs, including the trade-offs of the status quo and what we're giving up by maintaining the way things are now. Those all need to be considered, and deliberation sessions are great places for that. But we've had a lot of public comment and discussion on this over the years, and there just isn't a consensus view. But we do have a lot of city plans and goals that speak pretty clearly to this. So I'll be supporting it, and I hope it passes, and I hope that, regardless of the outcome, we'll keep having the conversation. But I really do think that if we can't pass this tonight, that, under this mayor anyway, this idea is probably done.
Yeah, thank you so much, Councilmember Flaherty. Councilmember Ruff. You're not on.
First of all, I want to thank the sponsors because not only did I know they worked hard, thought hard, did a lot of outreach, talked to a lot of people, made compromises, made changes, reached out for input to all of us. And it's always inspiring to me to see council members work together on an initiative. So I know that that happened this time, and I appreciate it very much. I also want to say I appreciate what apparently sounds like the Transportation Commission is taking staff input as advisory, as recommendations. And I like to know that that's the orientation that the commission has. So when the age thing keeps coming up, as it has across the many recent years, it rubs me the wrong way. I'm old. I'll be 65 next year. But I still, 90% of my thousands and thousands and thousands of trips up and down Kirkwood over the last 55 years have been either by bike or on foot, 90% of them, always. I really see all the arguments. There's good arguments, there's good considerations to think about on both sides of this. But at this point in history, and Councilmember Farrell already mentioned, why did we change? Well, why some of us may have changed something that we thought differently about last year. Well, there are some fiscal realities that are looking a little different now in our coming future for cities in Indiana. And also, I've heard different things tonight. The arguments may have always sort of been there, but they were laid out really well by people tonight. I thought very persuasively. And I told both the sponsors of this legislation that I was coming into this meeting tonight totally open to be persuaded by what I thought were the best arguments to make a decision on this. And that's how I did come in. After hearing everyone, there will be costs. And we're heading into a future where we need to be thinking about our real basic services and our real serious priorities. I raised my 2 kids here, racing up and down. We would down Kirkwood all the time. The idea that we're setting, that it's like not a pedestrian environment, but this would make it one. Kirkwood, to me, it's bikeable, and it's walkable, and it's drivable and parkable. I see a big vision that, this could come, but not without, as one of my council colleagues said a minute ago, it might have been Councilmember Flaherty, without a real commitment to make this happen. And I just don't think we're in a position to make that commitment long term. At least at this point, we're not. So unless I was given clear evidence, and I wasn't tonight really, to give me the confidence that the upsides of this would so substantively outweigh the downsides and concerns that it was a slam dunk, then it's more right now, it ain't broke, don't fix it. We don't really have a plan. It's not, to me, a good plan for more investment when we are going into lean times due to state legislation. I am sensitive to what everybody's comments, and all those who are in favor or really support this. But one of the speakers said, we have Switchyard Park, we have the Beeline, we have campus. We have a lot of spaces where we can go and enjoy a safe, car-free environment. And does a trip down to Kirkwood that some speakers said that they wouldn't have taken otherwise if it was not a pedestrian mall, is that just a trip they wouldn't have taken to Switchyard or to the Beeline? Or, I don't see the net for this being so clearly, persuasively convincing that at this time I can support it. I again, really appreciate the work of this council sponsors. I really do. And I appreciate all the input that came from both people with both perspectives on both sides of this issue. I'm not there right now on this.
Thank you very much. Any other council colleagues? All right, Councilmember Rosenbarger.
I'm actually fine not going last, if that's okay, as a sponsor. First, I wanted to say there were a couple of emails that were really good that we got, and it's just points that weren't brought up at all, and I kind of wanted, no timer, I guess. I kind of just wanted to mention one a little bit because I thought it was just really good in a perspective we absolutely haven't heard at all, and I'll just do like a sentence or two, even though the whole thing is really relevant. This is just someone saying, I'm highly in favor of the seasonal closure as a mother of 2 young boys, ages 9 and 6, one of whom is autistic. Spending time on Kirkwood when it is closed feels and is much safer. We often walk downtown from our house to go to the library to pick up the kids from the Lincoln Street Boys and Girls Club, and we are much more inclined to add a side trip to Hartzell's or pop into Farm Bloomington for fries when Kirkwood is closed because of the increased safety and pleasantness of the experience. From an inclusion perspective, the seasonal closure of Kirkwood makes it more accessible for our autistic child. Pedestrian streets are calmer without the traffic noise and pollution of cars, which is supportive of keeping him and us calmer and more at ease. Autistic children can be impulsive, and the increased safety of a pedestrian street brings down our hypervigilance. It also lowers barriers to our participation in community life, which is important so he can grow up feeling part of the larger community. I think something that got a little missed tonight was that there are people that already love this and think it is good. And many meetings ago when we were talking about this, one commenter said they go down there and they're going to go down there the same amount, but it's going to be a lot better if it doesn't have cars on it, just the way it is. I think last meeting a council member said it seems to be working pretty good. But while Kirkwood has been open to cars in the last couple years, we have lost local establishments. We've lost Cafe Pizzeria. We're losing Trojan Horse. We lost, I don't know if it really is a chain, Fat Dan's sandwich place. I don't know if it is a chain, right? And then the restaurants that can afford to come in are chains, because chains can afford to not make as much money. It's very different. It can be very different. Franchises are different too, but it can be very different than a small business trying to survive on Kirkwood. And I mean, Trojan was there since the 70s, right? So like something actually isn't working. One of the reasons they cited for moving to Ellettsville is outdoor dining. They cited other reasons, right? But that was one. Some things we didn't bring up. The Bloomington Commission on Sustainability and Resilience also passed a resolution that unanimously encouraged us to keep a car-free Kirkwood. I don't think it's likely that the administration will let this happen next year if this vote doesn't go through, because we already saw 1 year of it not going through because it was deemed impractical. So I think like the good thing about voting yes on this is that it does put pressure on making it better, even though people do think it is good. I mean, people do think it is good. Someone mentioned, and it was in the memo from ESD, that there's 8% loss in revenue. I think things have been harder for restaurants for sure. That graduation has been moved to dinner time on Saturday night. It was potentially the biggest revenue night of the year. And now it's like I go to Uptown at graduation because I can walk right up to the bar. It's very different. So there's that. I know last year also there was 1 fewer football games. So it's just we can't just say that in a vacuum, that because there were people walking more on Kirkwood, we lost revenue. I guess that's it. I want to thank everyone too for just really considering this a lot. We have been talking about it 4 or 5 years, every year, and I'm hoping this year can be different and we can work to make it something more permanent and something that we fund in any capacity year after year. It is true that right now it should already be a line item in the budget because it is slated to be closed to cars from April to November. So that should at least already be in the budget. I guess I do want to just say this, the Congress for New Urbanism, they can be kind of flipped on car-free streets, but Jeff Speck does talk about, and I know we've talked about it tonight, you need one of 3 things, resort town, college town, or density. So CNU would also approve this, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Daley.
All right, sure. Thank you. I just have a couple bullet points, notes that I wanted to reply to. Again, thank you to everybody for this conversation. I've enjoyed working with Councilmember Rosenberger. Yes, we have put a lot of work into it and a lot of conversations, and we've tried to hear from as many people as we could. You know, we've had great conversations with the administration. I think those have gone well. We've got good feedback from them, great feedback from the community. All of my colleagues up here were more than happy to chat with us and give us their feedback. And we've tried really hard to incorporate as much of that as we could because we want this to work. We really want to make this something that is palatable to all. So we've tried to bring as much feedback as we can to make as many people support it as possible. A couple bullet points. It was brought up that, well, we're doing this while the students are gone. What's the point? We're doing it before the students leave, and then again, like it stays closed to vehicles until mid-November. So the students come back in early August. That's still a good chunk of time while the students are here, bringing more foot traffic to the downtown businesses and to the closed Kirkwood area. You know, with all due respect, it's not the same to say, well, you can just go to Switchyard or you can go walk around campus. There are no businesses there. Like, that's why I like to go walk around Kirkwood. I like to go get an impulse ice cream cone or an impulse, you know, matcha latte. You know, my kids will always talk me into, you know, buying them a treat somewhere or something. So it's fun to just go downtown without a plan. And I think we'll see more of that, more of the impulse purchases. You know, I don't go, I do go to Switchyard and walk around. I do go to campus and walk around, but that's not a destination like Kirkwood is. Some other notes that I had. Oh, Councilmember Rollo mentioned the convention center. I think that's going to bring a lot more pedestrian traffic down there. People are going to get into town and be like, well, hey, let's go explore the town. Where do we go? Oh, we go to Kirkwood. And they'll explore the restaurants, maybe without a plan, and maybe they'll pop into bars or pop into shops. What a great way to attract people, right, to those businesses is when they're in town for the convention. Also, football games, when people are in town for the football games. We also did have support from the Kirkwood Association. We didn't point that out earlier. There's been a lot made out of losing the parking along Kirkwood. We're already losing a lot of parking on Kirkwood because of the parklets. That's not been pointed out. You know, those are being taken already by the parklets. So saying, well, we can just do parklets instead, that doesn't rectify the parking concerns that have been brought up. So I feel like that kind of balances out that argument. People keep pointing to last summer as not being great. It wasn't. I fully agree, right? And that's why we want to do this, so that we have that motivation to say, hey, you know what? Maybe let's put up a couple awnings this year on the 300 block in front of the library, right? That did feel desolated and pretty unpleasant. We can start small with a couple awnings or a couple shades up there. Yeah, it's not going to be what it was last summer because there wasn't anything done last summer. It was also brought up that this is, 5 blocks long. It's too long to fit into the model, that was cited as being successful. It's just 1 block longer. There was another pedestrian mall in there that was cited as being successful that was 8 blocks long. So I think that kind of still fits into the model. All right, that's everything that I had. Thanks, everybody, for listening.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak again because of Councilmember Flaherty's, a comment about, we all, 9 of us supported this last year, and why are we not all supporting it this year? So Councilmember Ruff already mentioned one reason, and that is reduce our property tax revenues, and we have a very complex process to try to make up some of that through local income taxes that relies on the county agreeing to a countywide tax, and it's all very much up in the air. So to make long-term financial commitments now as opposed to in February of 2025 is very different. Also, and this has been mentioned by both sides, 2025 experience of a closed Kirkwood was not that great. It was not activated, and there were some security concerns as well. So that's another thing that's different between February of 25 and now. And I want to really, I really do appreciate the work that's been done by the sponsors, but one thing that would have been really helpful, and that I didn't really think of it until the conversation this evening and all the public comment, but how much does it cost to activate and administer a pedestrian zone? I think one member of the public did bring some figures about that, but I do think it costs quite a lot of money, not just to do the study. As Councilmember Flaherty said, the bulk of the money will be to do the Kirkwood Avenue study. It's not a corridor study. But every year to maintain this zone, and first of all, beyond the study, to purchase the infrastructure we need to create the shade and create the atmosphere that we're going for, and just to administer that activation every year, it's going to cost quite a bit. But I'd like to leave you with this quote from Leslie Davis from the Council on Community Accessibility. There's no doubt that closing Kirkwood to vehicular traffic disproportionately and negatively impacts people with disabilities. At a minimum, BT access should be permitted to deliver people to places on Kirkwood that would otherwise not be accessible to vehicles. This is a frequently voiced and substantiated concern, especially of our blind community members. So there are too many concerns for me to vote yes on this now, accessibility concerns and others. So anyway, I just want to clarify why my position has shifted. And it's not exactly the same thing we're doing now. We're actually putting it into Title 15, which I think is stronger. But regardless, this is why my position has changed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
No.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Flaherty.
Yes.
Strasburg.
No.
Piedmont Smith.
No.
Zulik.
No.
Asari.
Yes.
Daly.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes. Congratulations. All right, let's move on.
I move that Resolution 2026-9 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Ruff.
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Flaherty.
Yes.
Strasburg.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Zulik.
Yes.
Asari.
Yes.
Daly.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
Thank you.
I move that Resolution 2026-09.
I'm sorry. Will the clerk please read?
Sorry.
Resolution 2026-09 to adopt the Monroe County Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan. The synopsis is as follows. This resolution adopts the Monroe County Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan, which is required by the Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000 before localities may receive federal funds for mitigation projects. Mitigation plans are intended to identify vulnerabilities and prioritize measures to reduce or eliminate long-term risk to human life and property from acknowledged hazards to the community.
Thank you very much.
I move that Resolution 2026-09 be adopted.
Second.
All right, is there anybody from the city who is here to present on this, who has not become one with the chair?
I have become unfused. Hi, I'm Jamie Niebel. I'm from the Monroe County Emergency Management. So trying to keep this as brief as possible, but kind of how we made this plan was, it is done by a third-party vendor. We start with a meeting with different representatives of the governing bodies within the county, and we get a feel for the hazards. Now, these hazards are not picked by us, they are picked by FEMA. This is very much a FEMA-driven plan, in case you have not caught the flavor of this plan already. They pick those plans. They are natural disasters, with the exception of the hazmat and the dam or levee failure, which they categorize as a human hazard, but it parallels on the environmental side, so it's easy to sneak those in. But there's a ranking system, and every jurisdiction ranks those hazards based on historical data and just experience, and that gets the CPRI, and that is how we get that ranking system. And at the very end, I'm so sorry, and then at the very end, the second meeting that takes place is mitigation strategies. And so at the very end of the document, there's a lot of mitigation strategies that have been identified by the different jurisdictions. I will also acknowledge that there are some errors that exist within the plan. There's a table of errors that we have been building, and thank you to Councilmember Strasburg and Isabel Piedmont-Smith for helping me with the add to that list so that we can get those resolved through the vendor.
Thank you so much. Questions? Councilmember Strasburg.
Yeah, I just want to make sure to say that I have more, I just need to email them to you, and I didn't get time to do that today, so I'm glad that you can kind of like make these edits, and I guess I'm kind of in terms of like a Monroe County taxpayer a little concerned about some of these errors, because they were probably made by the consultant that then we paid, and then they did things like put towns in that are not actually in our county. And those sorts of errors to me just seem like it just kind of feels like, oh, great, so you like copy and pasted half of this from some other plan, and how much are we paying you for this? And so, yeah, that's, I guess, more of a comment, but the question that I have kind of related is on that list of committee members, the only Bloomington city folks there were related to the fire department. So yes. How did you reach out to get committee members?
So the meeting invite goes out, and if they come, they come. I can't make them attend. I also put on the invite, if there's somebody missing, please feel free to share, the more the merrier. We did also have people who live in the city of Bloomington as well, representing the city of Bloomington also.
Okay, I guess I would just, I guess in the future, I feel like we need to make sure, after that first meeting, to identify where there might be gaps. Because I, of course, can only see gaps in Bloomington city-related stuff. I don't know if there are gaps in Ellettsville or Steinsville or in the unincorporated parts or in certain departments as opposed to other departments. And yeah, so I would, because this has to happen every 5 years, is that right?
5 years, yes.
Yeah.
So I agree with you on both. I had a lot of frustration working with the vendor, and I will probably not work with that vendor again. Not to be rude, but it's just probably a one and done. And then on the representation side, we were starting these meetings in 2023. And if you think back to 2023, in the spring of 2023 was when we had a federally declared disaster with the tornado in Steinsville. So there were, in the words of Taylor Swift, there was a lot going on at the moment.
Thank you very much. It's always good luck to quote Taylor Swift. Councilmember Varela.
Oh, I can't think of the quote, but I'll check. Anyway, considerations, are we entirely beholden to operating with just the FEMA administered plan? In other words, Could we develop a different plan? One that would be complementary? So, for instance, there are events that aren't addressed here. Or you could envision something that would be, affect many communities, that would overwhelm FEMA. So we would like to be self-reliant in things like food. Say there's another pandemic or an EMP event, natural or man-made, something like that. It disrupts a lot, supply chain disruption. Should we not prepare for something like that, and how would we go about it?
So we do, and we have other plans. So this is not an all-inclusive, this is our only plan. We have many plans that cover the county. This is just for hazard mitigation, and this is very specific to the asks that FEMA puts upon us to qualify for that federal funding.
Okay, so we have other hazard plans that include such things as pandemic preparedness and that sort of thing?
Yes. Sometimes they live under different islands of sorts, so a pandemic plan would live under the health department.
Okay.
But everybody comes together. Those plans are not developed in a silo.
Okay, I'm very interested in this, and so I'll be in touch with you. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you very much for all your hard work on this plan, and thank you for incorporating the revisions that I suggested, or the errors that I caught. I wanted to harken back to May of 2025 when there were tornadoes in southern Monroe County on the outskirts of Bloomington. Dan Combs, who was the Perry Township trustee at the time, and his staff wrote up a report on how they dealt with trying to help individuals affected by that tornado. They called their report "Canary in a Coal Mine." And I wonder if that has made it to your desk, Ms. Nabel, and to the committee. I know that it's probably not within the scope of this particular plan, but I wanted to take the opportunity to raise that as a report that's really worth taking a close look at.
It has. I've read it. We've read it. Both of us have read it within my office. I have a deputy as well.
So would that maybe come into play as far as preparedness plans in the future?
Yes. So we reviewed each of his points and kind of counteracted. He mentioned several times that there was not a plan when there, in fact, was a plan. So the plans that we have are not widely shared within the county because they are proprietary, and they do have strategic pieces within them that, I mean, we don't want those things to be shared far and wide, because if somebody were to do nefarious things within the county, they would obviously want to know exactly what our plan says so that they could do the biggest harm and get the most bang for their buck. And we obviously don't want that to happen. So we do kind of keep those plans close to the vest. But always willing to have discussions with anybody who would like to come and have discussions. I just never got the chance to have any discussions with Mr. Combs, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll now go to a time of public comment. Is there anyone who'd like to make a public comment on this resolution? All right, anybody online? Fantastic. We'll come back to council. Council, any comments? Tremendous. Will the clerk, Councilmember Zulik, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll just say I would, for any colleagues who have not gone to tour the Emergency Management Center, I have had the luxury and opportunity to go talk to all of the employees there, led by, I'm so sorry, please remind me of your last name, Jamie Nebel. Yes, thank you. So yeah, if you'd like to learn more, it's a great tour, and ask lots of questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Other comments? Councilmember Stossberg?
Yeah, I guess I also want to make a little comment, because a piece of approval of this tonight is so that our Sustainable Development, ESD, can apply for some federal grants related to sustainability stuff. And so that is one of the reasons why it's coming before us. I think that it is typical maybe that we as a council adopt this mitigation plan, and we just didn't do it last year. It just kind of got overlooked when it first started, but that is something that our staff are working on. That was discussed at the Project 46 meeting last week. So that this actually is important to do so that they can apply for those funds. That I believe that application will happen over the summer. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Any others? All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Thank you.
Fantastic. All right. I've asked well, you go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move ordinance 2026-13 to next on the agenda so that we can get our staff out of here sooner so they don't have to sit here all night.
Second.
A motion and a second. The motion was to move the thing on the agenda. So will the clerk please call the roll on this amendment to the agenda? Thank you.
Yeah, just a moment, I got to get it, so. Yes, Councilmember Flaherty,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Rosenbarger. Okay.
I move that ordinance 2026-13 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Strasburg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Rosenbarger, and Flaherty.
Yes.
Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2026-13 to amend Title II of the Bloomington Municipal Code regarding loans between utilities. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance follows Indiana Code Section 8-1.5-3-11 and allows for the wastewater and water utilities to issue loans to one another through the creation of a cash reserve fund in each utility through which such loans can be funded.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2026-13 be adopted.
Second.
Hooray. Have you built the thing that you've been crocheting all the way? We gave you plenty of time. We've already heard this presentation. Is there anything you wanted to add to that, or any questions for Director Zager? Please, Councilmember Strasburg.
This isn't a question for Director Zager, but I would like to move Amendment 1 for Ordinance 2026-13.
Thank you very much. We have Amendment 1.
Second.
There's a second. Fantastic. Go ahead.
So that's my amendment. If you remember last week, I brought up that the actual language that was going to be going into code was very confusing, and I asked for a rewrite of that. And so I want to thank the attorneys and everybody involved. I think that the new language actually explains what is happening a little bit better in terms of creating, basically it just separated it into a couple of sentences. So we're creating, it says a cash reserve fund is hereby created for each city-owned utility. Each of the city's utilities is authorized to transfer surplus earnings each month hereafter to their respective cash reserve fund created in this section and pursuant to Indiana code. And the cash reserve fund of one city-owned utility may be used to make loans to another city-owned utility, blah, blah, blah. None of the rest of that's changed. So I appreciate that there was the willingness to clarify that language. I think it makes a whole lot more sense now.
Fantastic. Any comments on the amendment? Great. Would anybody like to make public comment on this amendment? Fantastic. We'll come back to council. Oh, sorry. Is there anybody online who'd like to make comments on this amendment? Fantastic. We'll come back to council. Any final comments on this amendment? Great. Clerk, will you please call the roll? Yeehaw.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Rosenbarger, Flaherty,
Yes.
Strasburg.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, now as amended, are there any comments? Any comments from council? I'm sorry, any questions further from council? Fantastic. Would anybody like to make public comment on this ordinance as amended? Anybody online? Tremendous. Looking once, twice. Comments on council? Fantastic. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Zulik,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff, Rosenbarger, Flaherty,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Wow, we're cooking with gas now. Let's go. That passes.
I move that Resolution 2026-11 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
There's motion and a second. There is discussion.
Yeah, I just want to say, because I've been trying to be consistent about this, because the Jack Hopkins stuff didn't get released in the packet until this week, and I know that I've made a point about that. However, I am going to vote yes on this introduction for two reasons. One of which it is kind of an inner council thing, so like our council staff knew that it was coming, and so it wasn't sprung on them in terms of unexpected. And secondly, this has to be done tonight. It's our last meeting, and Jack Hopkins must be dealt with.
That is very true. Thank you very much. All right, there's a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Asari,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff, Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
All right, thank you.
and Zulik.
Yes.
Sorry, no, I did not mean to do that. Will the clerk please read?
Excuse me. Resolution 2026-11, authorizing the allocation of the Jack Hopkins Social Services Fund Program funds for the year 2026 and related matters. The synopsis is as follows. This resolution brings forward the recommendations of the 2026 Jack Hopkins Social Services Committee. The principal task of the committee is to recommend funding for local social services agency proposals that best meet program criteria and best meet the needs of the community. This resolution allocates a total of $499,994.63 to 35 different agency programs. The resolution also approves the funding agreements with these agencies and authorizes the council president to execute such agreements, accepts the report of the committee, and authorizes the chair of the committee to resolve any questions regarding the interpretation of the agreements.
I move that Resolution 2026-11 be adopted.
Second.
All right. Councilmember Daly.
Thank you very much. We'll go really quick through this. We don't need to linger long. This year, for the Jack Hopkins Social Service Grant, there were 9 of us committee members. It got off to a bit of a rocky start at the beginning when we lost some of our staff, so that was a little worrying. They left us in good shape. We tried a new application process this year. It was more streamlined and shorter and so much easier for us as grant reviewers to get right to the heart of the information that we needed. I hope that the applicants found it a little more streamlined and easier too. So, huge shout out to Kari for getting us set up with that. That was a bit of an adjustment, but we got going with that. I want to give a huge thank you to our fellows and our interns who really helped get us through the summer. So Arya, Evan, and Michael really helped keep us organized and communicating. We couldn't have done it without their help. And then, of course, when interim council attorney Alan came on, he also gave a huge, push toward the finish line. So It ended up actually working out really well in the end. We had a $500,000 budget. I'd like to say that we came in under budget this year for the first time in the past couple of years. We have $5.36 left over. And we funded, nobody cheered for that. Like, come on, thank you. We funded 35 agencies. I think we, worked really hard to make sure that we were meeting our criteria and our priorities. It was a really smooth process between the 9 of us. I think that my fellow committee members who are here tonight would agree that we were all pretty much on the same page for most of the process. We all came to the table with the same recommendations ultimately. And then finally, I'd also just like to give a huge thank you to our community member committee members. Does that make sense? So Eddie Ryu, Cameron Greer, and Catherine and Tiamoa, they were phenomenal to work with. And yeah, any questions, I'm happy to take them. But I'm proud to put this recommendation forward.
Zulik.
Please.
Thank you, and thank you all so much for the work that you put into this. Were any agencies denied funding?
Yes, I believe there were 2 agencies that we did not fund.
Could you speak on why? Or did they not meet the qualifications, or?
We did not think that their request met our standards for the urgency of the needs that we were looking to fill.
Understood. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Stassberg.
Thank you. I have just a note for the community to make sure that if you, like me, downloaded this packet addendum a couple of days ago, I did find a couple of things that needed to be changed in that resolution. That in one of the whereas clauses, we needed to add in Resolution 2026-01 as a reference to the committee organization, and then there was a missing parenthesis. And so the resolution introduced tonight had those things corrected, and it's corrected in the packet online right now, but the original, so I just want to make sure that people are aware of what we're voting on. So it is that version that has those 2 things corrected. And then my question for Councilmember Daley has to do with operational expenses. I did see in your scope of funding that operational expenses were considered this year. Is that new? Because I thought that operational expenses were generally not considered for Jack Hopkins.
I do not believe that was a new part of the consideration.
Okay, can anybody else speak to that? Am I just remembering that incorrectly in terms of original Jack Hopkins scope?
My recollection is that we ask to not prioritize people who are we prioritize investments in things that are sort of one-time lasting investments, but that doesn't preclude us from giving operational funds. And for many years we have funded operationally, like for example with IRA is a good example, who almost every year asks for operational funds, but they have also made a strong argument that they've been able to then sustain those things that we invest in, and then they're able to increase their capacities, et cetera, et cetera. So it has been a consideration for as long as I've been on the Jack Hopkins Commission.
Okay, I guess I just, that doesn't necessarily concern me. I do feel like it's kind of a deviation though, because I wouldn't classify what you just said, Councilmember Asari, as an operational fund expense, because those things, as I remember them from the year that I was on Jack Hopkins a couple of years ago, it was for like a new staff member or a new program. So it was like that entrepreneurial kind of expansion of services as opposed to continuation of the same services. So this year, those things that were categorized as operational expenses were just like maintaining status quo as opposed to trying to start new programming.
Yeah, I don't remember any that comes to mind.
Like you don't remember if it was new, because I like Tandem said that it was essential program costs. And then Hendricks County Child Advocacy Center, Susie's Place, was operational expenses, including salaries.
Yeah, those are two that pop to mind very specifically with, facing huge funding losses because of what's going on federally and what's going on statewide. And so we did see that as somewhat emergency funding.
Okay,
Which
those
helped
then
us to
were for the
prioritize it.
operational programming as opposed to like new programs, okay.
Yes.
So do you think that ongoing, like you would advocate for that, or does that just depend on the state of the world?
When we had our
in terms of this fund?
So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, just in terms of Jack Hopkins and
Yeah.
like the original purpose, because I think some of the original purpose statements was about trying to get new things going and not just maintain.
Yeah. When we had our debrief, was it just a week ago? A week ago? Feels like forever ago. When we had our debrief, we did kind of talk about that, actually. One of our concerns was, maybe we see some of the same organizations come back with almost like the same ask every year. And how are we going to encourage new applicants, new asks? One of the things that we've considered doing is actually starting to meet earlier, not waiting until February to do an organizational meeting. Maybe start in November and start kind of setting our process and our policies that early, kind of getting a stronger foundation that much earlier so that, too, we can also then convey it to the public, what we're going to be looking for when we do start accepting applications in the late winter, early spring.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, we'll now go to public comment. Would anybody like to comment on this resolution for authorizing the Jack Hopkins allocations? Please.
I just want to mention something because I have been on the Jack Hopkins and on this year was looking at it from more of a startup perspective for a nonprofit. For those that are all volunteer run, you may not be getting the applications because the time frame from when the announcement goes out and then when the application needs to be submitted was too short. So I would suggest making that longer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone online? Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. This is Carol Canfield. Excuse me. And I'm a lifelong member of the community. I've come every year for, 20 plus years speaking against giving money to Planned Parenthood. Here's my reason why this year. We continue to give significant money to an organization, Planned Parenthood, that lies to clients, calling human beings a clump of cells, and also lies to men and women, making them think that there are more than two sexes. There are not. God created man and woman, period. You cannot be born one thing and become another. When are we going to stop lying about this and supporting an entity that lies to its clients and to the public? Truth matters, and truth is not something that can be changed. Truth is eternal. Please don't give them any more of our money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in council chambers? Anyone else online? One more person online. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Joan Middendorf. I am a fifth-generation Hoosier. When I went to college in the Midwest, I got my birth control from Planned Parenthood. I've got 2 daughters, and a few years ago when I stopped buying them presents for Christmas, but I told them I would donate money to places, it was interesting that both my daughters told me to take their Christmas money and donate it to Planned Parenthood because it had helped them. And I'm going to tell my granddaughter about Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood is an organization that helps women with their sexual health. It's so important for so many women. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too. All right. We'll come back to council comments. Any comments on Jack Hopkins funds? Yes, please, Councilmember Rallo.
Yes, I thought the process was very good, and I want to say thank you to Chair Daley for the terrific work that was done on it. I do want to just make the comment that, and I appreciate the administration bringing the budget of Jack Hopkins up to $500,000 several years ago. But because of inflation, it's already being eroded, of course, and the needs continue to increase. This is something I think we really need to prioritize, is at least keeping pace with inflation over time. So I would just make that request to the administration and my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Strasburg.
I just want to say that 30 years ago, when I was 18, 19 years old and did not have health insurance, Planned Parenthood was the only place that I could go for basic care, basic doctor appointments, everything from things specific to my body as a female to more general kind of questions and concerns, and that was the only thing that I could afford. So I'm very pleased to support them through Jack Hopkins. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Zulik.
Thank you. I will just say it is a privilege and an honor for me to support Planned Parenthood, and I will continue to support the LGBTQ+ community as well. Happy Pride Month, and especially Happy Pride Month to our trans siblings. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? All right. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Daley.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Flaherty.
Yes.
Strasburg.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Zulik.
Yes.
And Desari.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. Next motion.
I move that resolution 2026-12 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I just want to say that I'm going to vote no on this motion, not just because of the late hour, but because I believe the deadlines for council to receive the materials for this item were not met. And I don't think that we should make exceptions to our deadlines unless there's some urgent need, and I don't think there's any urgent need for this resolution. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Strasburg.
I just want to say I'm also voting no for the same reason, and I did speak with staff this week, and they confirmed for me that there is no urgency in handling this piece of business before we go on summer recess.
Yeah. Councilmember Zulik.
I am going to vote yes tonight because I think there are some community members who have waited 4 hours to say their piece.
And I'll just add that for whatever it's worth, this is was not a surprise. When it came to council, we've been working on this openly, talked about it in scheduling meeting. We received the first sort of draft of this on April 23rd, second draft on April 28th. So don't think that violates the rules, but also share Councilmember Zulik's comments here. All right, so will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Flaherty.
Yes.
Strasburg.
No.
Piedmont Smith.
No.
Zulik.
Yes.
Asari.
Yes.
Daley.
Yes.
All right, I will be super, oh, sorry, will the clerk please read? Yeah, and then you have to do
Ordinance,
that.
Resolution 2026-12 establishing rules and guidelines for alcohol permit districts. The synopsis is as follows. Resolution 2026-12 establishes rules, procedures, and public interest guidelines for alcoholic beverage permits for which the City of Bloomington has authority, discretion, or influence to recommend, support, condition, object to, monitor, or otherwise participate in the alcoholic beverage permitting process.
Thank you very much.
I move that resolution 2026-12 be adopted.
Second.
All right, I'll be super quick and then we can have.
As a point of order,
Yep.
gavel needs to pass to
Yep, here you go.
somebody.
Gavel to you. So it's just super quick. Worked on this with ESD and other council members just generally. There are a lot of different dispositions within Indiana code that allow for additional alcohol permits, whether those be riverfront districts, downtown historic districts, and then there's a recent state bill sponsored by our Senator Yoder to allow Bloomington and I think another municipality to have a couple of additional liquor licenses. Because the metaphor of cart before the horse has been used today, we wanted to sort of separate two questions. There's the question of whether or not these be established and whether or not they be acted on. And then there's the second question of sort of, okay, and if we were, how would we go about doing that? And so certainly not an urgent thing. So if the conversation gets too long, very happy to push this off. But the idea here is just to shape the guidelines upon which should the city have any say, any influence, and roughly the process by which we will set these guidelines both now and moving forward. So I mean, it's fairly thorough, fairly straightforward. But the main sort of takeaway is this, is that I think a lot of the concerns that people would have should we in the future establish a riverfront district or act on the downtown liquor licenses. I think concern number one would be the proliferation of bars as sort of one concern. And so we stipulate here that we'd like to use these type of things, should we use them, for economic development. And so really thinking about, some of the things we were just talking about, if we want more density of restaurants along Kirkwood as one example, that we want local business owners to be represented so that, to ideally avoid lots of change popping up to get what, really are quite lucrative and very highly valued liquor licenses. And so we just wanted basically to set up the governance for what it might look like should we act on any of these. So fairly straightforward and mostly also sets up a process by which we can continue to evaluate this on a 2-year basis. So I will answer any questions. You're in charge, mate.
Councilmember Stossberg.
So I have a lot of concerns, I suppose, with this, and I guess the biggest one has to do with the discretion allowed in the evaluation criteria and how it could be interpreted, and then exactly like how this process is going to go. I feel like I could have really used a memo from about state law around this that our council attorney did not have time to get because he got a final copy of this on Friday. So in terms of those concerns, so evaluation of criteria, support for underrepresented entrepreneurs, how do you define underrepresented entrepreneurs? And that's kind of, and similarly, you can determine things based on restaurant quality. How do you determine restaurant quality? Food service orientation. How do you determine food service orientation? I'm vegetarian. Maybe I'm going to say only vegetarian restaurants get to be approved. Yeah. And I guess I would just like you to speak to those concerns about the amount of discretion that can be allowed within this document and how it's phrased right now.
I think as it's phrased, it's giving some general guidelines for the types of things that can be considered. It does not say, because at the end of the day, we don't give liquor licenses. We get to make recommendations about them. And so this is simply saying that, we might want to consider things of this nature, and that, and again, what's a little bit, I think one of the things that makes this a little bit complicated is that there's 3 different types, and each of them requires different, sort of gives different space for council to act. And so, the answer to your question is that it should be interpretable. This isn't saying these are the 5 ways that we will give liquor licenses, just saying that these are the type of things that I think would be valid things to consider. So it's general
And so-
general
so-
guidance, not binding.
But what is the council role in actually doing this then?
So what's the council's role in doing
In
what?
this whole process?
So the council can make recommendations within each of these dispensations. So we can make recommendations. We also can establish a process by which ESD, for example, can set up written agreements, and we approve those agreements should they be reached.
And so as a follow-up, like, if, say, there's the historic district, I think, is one of those designations, right? So if the historic district is designated, how many liquor licenses does that come with? How many times are we going to have to go through this approval process? You said every 2 years. I've heard that they have to apply for these every year. And like, do then we have to go, like, what kind of time is that going to take us as a council? And what does this resolution have to do with that? Because resolutions, I mean, doesn't really have teeth. Like what is this actually doing? And then what is this tying us into as a commitment later?
To the first question, the timeline that I mentioned with 2 years is for us to review our goals and guidelines around how we would like to, what we'd like to prioritize in these. So it just gives a guideline for us to bring this back up. We could bring it up whenever we want to. In terms of how many there are, it's different by district. I think it's 15, and it's 15 for a downtown district. I think it's also 15 for a riverfront district. Is that right?
It's 15 for the historic district.
And I don't know how
Total
many it
through
is
the state,
for Riverfront. And so no, we don't, I don't envision that we would be, constantly approving these. It's not, us setting up a process by which we're setting a lot of different things that can be considered, and then, ideally allowing ESD to actually run that process, but they would then bring by resolution to us those recommendations that would go to the ATC. Now, the ATC could totally just say, we don't really care what you think, and just give them to whoever they want. Because again, we don't give out these liquor licenses, but state code gives the sort of provisions that we're allowed to make recommendations for how they're given out.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I have a few questions as well. So compliance with the living wage ordinance, it says the compliance shall be demonstrated by an annual affidavit submitted to the city, but compliance with the living wage ordinance is actually done via a LWO certification form that's on the city's website. Okay. So I'm wondering if you're envisioning a new process for that, just for this purpose, or why it wasn't the same process that we use currently.
Great point. I think if that's the way we want to do it, that's what we should include.
Okay, but that's not what the language in the ordinance or
We should change it then.
Guidelines.
Yeah.
Okay. I have some other questions. For the staff review, it doesn't, now that you've talked about it, I understand it's the Economic Sustainable Development staff, but that's not stated here. So it just says staff review. So it seems like it should be assigned to at least a certain department.
Yeah, thanks for that observation.
Councilmember Rosenberger.
Hi, thank you.
What,
I wanted to talk about the preferences, a couple questions. Like, I think 15, maybe a lot would fall into concepts that fill an identified market need that I'm guessing kind of like a grocery store or bodega might fit any market, like whether it be like Trader Joe's, you know what I mean? Like, because we have so many places without a walkable grocery, or like neighborhood bodegas don't exist yet kind of thing. Okay, nodding yes. And then a little bit about like not necessarily like a preference for restaurants, but maybe like I don't see a preference for more like bar onlys. And was that talked about? Because I kind of think like right now we have the problem where it's really hard for a restaurant to make it without a liquor license. But then I think too, there are areas in our city that people would benefit with a neighborhood bar that they could walk to instead of like having to drive or transit, or, to a bar, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that, I think that sort of two things. I think the prevalent concern that I'm trying to address is the fact that that if we were to establish one of these districts, that what they will result in is just a lot of bars. And to say this is not to say that we couldn't give one to a bar. I think it's just to say that I'm at least maybe in a provocation and a way of starting a conversation, saying that perhaps in terms of economic development, it might be more beneficial for us to be thinking, at least prioritizing restaurants. But I think your point is super valid, and that's why the language is really flexible here, is that saying it's like, yeah, I mean, we may from time to time think about this differently, and we might focus for a time on, we might think differently about Kirkwood than we might about, some creek somewhere, and I think that's really the goal here, is figuring out a way to, in a very agile way, just have a framework where we can continue to address it, exactly that. And I think we could come back to this in, let's say in a year, when if we were to establish these districts and say, actually, we want to change that because we want more of X thing. And that could be for a season, a 2-year season, a 5-year season, who knows, right? And so that's sort of the goal here, is to establish that flexibility.
I have a clarifying question that I believe is for Council Attorney Allen, but might be for Council President Asare. The 15 liquor licenses that we're proposing are directly tied to the historic district, is that correct?
No.
Okay.
There's 3 different categories that would
Potentially
apply to Bloomington. So there's a historic district that technically has been discussions over the years that we could apply for. That's 15 licenses. If you created a riverfront district, that's actually unlimited in the number of licenses. Some cities have limited that number. And then there is the downtown district, which is the special section under section 16.8 of Indiana Code, which creates 2 licenses specifically for Bloomington as special legislation. So those are the 3 most common, likely applicable ones. And then just in terms of our role, maybe if you'll allow me a point of indulgence to clarify, is that the formal written commitment that's allowed under Indiana Code, that does become a condition of receiving one of the liquor licenses, and it applies to all 3 districts.
Thank you. Any more first round questions? Okay, we can move on to second round. Councilmember Strasburg.
I just have a couple of clarification kind of questions. First of all, around the written commitment piece. Councilmember Asare, one of the things that you said was that, we could only recommend who the ATF should give it to, but the ATF would approve it. But if we require a written commitment, then what would happen if the ATF approves somebody that couldn't fulfill the requirements of our written commitment?
I would just say the way the statute is worded, it says it becomes a condition of approval. So at that point, I do think the ATC would have to abide by the formal written commitment. Now, that is not to say that you couldn't put, and I think that my understanding, and Councilmember Asare can obviously, or Council President Asare can add more detail to this. My understanding is that this framework is a little bit broader than that, so it not only covers formal written commitments, but it would also cover general requirements to receive our recommendation as well. Regarding if there is no formal written commitment and the City Council just decides to weigh in with a recommendation, the local ATC board and the state ATC board are not obligated to follow the City Council's recommendation.
Wait, say that again.
They just wouldn't be obligated to follow your
If we don't
recommendation.
have a written commitment.
If you don't have a written commitment, but
Then they don't
the
have to
existence of
follow
the
it at
written
all.
commitment, which has to be approved by ordinance, is a condition of approval.
But like, so I'm thinking about all of the discretionary pieces in here again. So could all of those discretionary pieces end up in a written commitment?
Yeah, so it's fairly broad. The statute is fairly broad. In the written commitment statute specifically, it talks about specifically acknowledging the nature of the business, the type and nature of the business itself. So there's a lot of flexibility within that in terms of what would go into a formal written commitment. I think likely you could incorporate a lot of these into formal written commitments if that's the way you want it to go.
Okay, I have another follow-up too, but I'll wait for a third round, I guess.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
So I want to follow up on this idea of written commitments. So how would this legally work, that we would say they would fill out an application that we receive here at the city council, and then based on that, we would recommend them or not? And sorry, I did read this, but I don't recall this process of written commitments being described.
I don't know that it's described in this particular, I think it's alluded to with two different phrases. So there's a less formal written agreement, I think, in this particular resolution. And then there's mention of, quote unquote, a formal written commitment. And the reason that language, formal written commitment, is found in Indiana Code. It's Indiana Code 7.13/1917. And in that state code, that's where it says, as a condition of eligibility for a permit, the applicant must enter into a formal written commitment with the municipal legislative body regarding the character or type of business that will be conducted on the permit premises. And so that's the specific language there. And that written commitment by Indiana Code, by that statute, has to be approved by ordinance specifically.
So, as Councilmember Strasburg said, any of these criteria where they say they're going to be a restaurant and be family friendly and they have good workplace practices and they pay living wage and all that stuff, we could put that in writing that they have to make a formal commitment to?
Yes, I think you could, under the statute.
Okay.
Can I ask a question of Council Attorney?
Go ahead.
Council Attorney Allen, could you also comment, do we need to do we by ordinance pass each written commitment, or do you establish the written commitment and then move from there?
The way this specific statute is written is it actually says the municipal legislative body must adopt an ordinance approving the formal written commitment. So you could read that one of two ways, just frankly, and I don't mean to create extra complexity in a complex issue. I think one, we would look at how other municipalities are implementing this. But I think one way you could look at that is that there is a form written commitment that the city applies broadly, uniformly to every application. Or the other way I think you could read it is that each individual written commitment needs to be approved by ordinance. The most conservative approach would obviously be to approve each individual written commitment by ordinance.
Other questions? Councilmember Strasburg.
So this one is another what-if question, following along with Councilmember Rosenbarger's comment about, in that conversation about prioritizing restaurant-oriented use over alcohol consumption-focused use. And so, Councilmember Asari, you said, not that we wouldn't give one to a bar, we would prioritize a restaurant. So, and these do have to be, they have to reapply every year, right? Is that right? And so the what if is, well, what if a new restaurant opens and you would maybe prefer to give it to a restaurant, you only have a limited number, but there's already an existing bar and there's only, there's 15 of them. So do you then take one away from the bar and then that completely shuts them down? What kind of security does that give any, I guess this feels sort of, it's that discretion thing again, and how how that works legally, I guess, because we have all this discretion to do whatever we want, and doesn't that lend some insecurity into the entire thing to have so much discretion in this?
Okay, well, she made it a legal question, so to you, and then.
Just in terms of how it operates legally, yes. Once you have, now Riverfront District is the asterisk here because the permits are unlimited. If you do create a riverfront district within that district, any qualifying business could be eligible for a permit. The other ones are limited, so once those are gone, they are used up, just like our normal allocation of alcohol permits, which exist outside of this particular process. And then there is a fairly robust, just frankly, secondary market for those alcohol permits to be bought and sold. There are limitations, however, on the other districts in terms of how you can buy and sell those permits. For instance, the specialty ones for Bloomington can only be transferred to on the same location to a successor in interest, essentially. So it's not on the free market like the general alcohol permits are, where we see those being sold for $300,000 a piece or so.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay, let's go to public comment.
I have another one too, actually. I have another question if I can. So one of the things in your memo, Councilmember,
I'm sorry, I just called for public comment. Can we just go to, we'll do more questions after. If anyone would like to speak on this, please approach the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. Please sign in and state your name.
Hi, Steve Olin. I came here for other reasons, but this is one of my favorite subjects. So I want to speak in favor of this resolution and endorse it heartily. It's been something that the council was going to need to do eventually, but I want to maybe illustrate the task at hand. I want to call the statute, it's IC 7.1-3-20-16, subsection G. That was the first state law, the one that Mr. Allen was talking about. This is the historic Courthouse Square District. When it was first brought to our attention in 2009, it was offering 10 permits for facilities within 500 feet of the district. Then it was 700 feet. Now it's 1,500 feet and 15 permits. So clearly the program, which was written for Valparaiso, but Evansville and Bloomington, it turns out, could qualify for it. The administration is going through it. The specific thing that I think would interest council members is the line, the legislative body of the municipality in which the district is located shall recommend to the commission sites that are eligible to be permit premises. The commission shall consider, but is not required to follow the municipal legislative body's recommendation and result in issuing a permit under the subsection. But the de facto standard is they almost never countermand the opinion of the locality. What this does is it introduces an extra layer of administration. What you have the power to do is you have to declare the building eligible for the permit. If the possessor of the permit screws up and you want to remove it, you simply remove their eligibility for the site, and then they can't renew the permit the next year. So it adds a level of local control that is typically not available to localities who may be objecting to a permit, and it allows you to direct the permit to, Councilmember Sandberg and I believed even as far back as 2010 or so that the way to use those permits would be, at least when it was in the downtown, was to award the permits to a nonprofit organization who wanted to take possession of a building. They could then contract with a restaurant, third-party restaurateur. But the point being that the value of the permit would accrue to, say, fixing the building. Now, we wanted it for something like the Waldron, but the Waldron found a permit through a different part of state law, so they didn't need these permits. But that's an example of how the council could use these permits, and I certainly want to encourage you at some sooner rather than later to write an ordinance that lays out a process that people could follow. So please approve this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person in chambers, please sign in, state your name or alias, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Great. See if I can still spell my name. I am a tired mom of 2 young kids, so I empathize with y'all. I'm writing in support, actually I'm here in support tonight, of Resolution 26-12 as a co-founder of Heartwork Brewing, a small locally owned family-friendly brewery here in Bloomington. The recent and upcoming closures and relocations of well-known Bloomington establishments reflects the growing barriers independent restaurants and small businesses face. These liquor license costs have become so prohibitive, sometimes at $250,000 or more, that only outside developers and larger conglomerates can realistically absorb them. This resolution presents an opportunity for the city to level the playing field. What a three-way permit would allow our brewery to do is expand our offerings in direct response to what our customers are already asking for: local ciders, wines, and canned cocktails, often requested by guests with gluten allergies or those who simply want options beyond beer. We would love to support fellow local producers by carrying their products. Heartwork is also situated within walking distance of high-density residential areas, the stadium, and local hotels. Expanding our permit to include wine and other alcohol more creates a genuine incentive for neighbors and visitors to walk to our business rather than drive to a bar downtown, a public safety benefit the city should want to encourage. I would ask that the council consider amending Section 7, Part 3, which requires 60% of revenue to come from food. I understand the intent, but I'd request that the threshold be waived automatically for licensed local producers, breweries, distilleries, wineries, cideries, who already hold brewer or producer permits in addition to the requested retail permit. Our primary product, by nature, commands higher per unit prices, meaning food revenue will rarely reach 60% even with a fully operating kitchen. We're not trying to circumvent the spirit of the requirement, but we can't really meet the math of it. So I would suggest alternative framework, potentially other criteria, as requiring being family-friendly or other defined kitchen infrastructure standards, just to make the resolution more workable, specifically for local craft producers like us. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you give your name, please?
That's how tired I am. Aubrey Williams.
No problem. Thank you.
Call me if you need me.
I love your dress, Aubrey.
She gave her business.
All right, thank you. My name is Galen Cassidy. I'm one of the co-owners of Uptown Cafe. I'm here to strongly support the resolution 2026-12 and the framework it creates for the city recommended alcohol permits. Bloomington does face a clear mismatch between alcohol permit supply and our economic demand. Our population-based quota system that the state uses does not match what we do here. It's based on the census counts, and due to our influx of students, faculty, visitors, and events, we have a far greater demand than raw population numbers suggest. And as a result, the median price of a transferred three-way liquor license has been voiced here tonight, reaches or exceeds $250,000, which is dramatically higher than any other parts of the state. I think as a reference, last time I checked, Indianapolis is around $50,000. As a council, the ATC requires that you approve these licenses to be utilized with or without a written commitment. And I'll get into that a little bit later. But the city of Valparaiso has operated with this, as Mr. Volan has suggested, for over 20 years. They've successfully operated with this. And I think that several things in the language has been crafted from those ordinances that have already existed for many years in the state. We talk a lot about affordable housing in the city, but not enough about affordable entrepreneurship. This resolution treats these permits as a public economic development tool rather than a private asset by setting clear priorities for restaurant-oriented uses, local ownership, transparency, and accountability through written agreements. It helps prevent speculation while making the permits more accessible. I urge you to adopt this resolution. Expanding affordable pathways for the permits will give more young entrepreneurs and independent operators a realistic chance to launch and grow their businesses here. That's exactly the vitality we need through Bloomington. If you haven't heard already, you will hear the argument against these, and I'll share with you what those will be. You'll hear from current permit holders, which we are one of them, that this will devalue their own liquor license, which they will say is their number one asset. As a current permit holder, I'll tell you that's true, but to me, I'm sorry. If your highest asset is a liquor license and not the unique service you provide, I think you're in business for the wrong reasons. To me, this community needs to provide a lower barrier to entry for young entrepreneurs to start their businesses. And we as current permit holders should not be afraid of new businesses coming and going. I think, 50 years ago, my father started the Uptown Cafe. I think Blooming Foods was started, Runcible Spoon as well. Things come and go, but we need to give them the chance to get going, and I think this provides a great opportunity. So thank you for the time and the late night.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to speak? Is there anybody on Zoom? Great. You'll be asked to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Hey, good evening. This is Christopher MG from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce, now at home watching the NBA Finals. I want to say the Chamber supports the direction of this resolution and appreciates the proactive approach the sponsors have taken. We've had some wonderful public comment. Mr. Cassidy especially was right on point. Since we have the horse and the cart already have made their appearances, now I'll say this: the setting the expectations now give the city a chance to be thoughtful before a specific applicant is driving the discussion. These guidelines matter as a tool to help build a stronger commercial district. This may be the River District, the Square, another place in the city, with the goal of more activity and reasons for people to spend their time in those areas. Our main concern is just with some of the criteria. The guidelines themselves matter, and the 60% food may be, prevent a backdoor bar, but it also may narrow the tool too much. A broader non-alcoholic revenue standard may be closer to the public purpose. It may require the business to be more than alcohol sales, but leaves room for music venues, wine bars, or concepts that have value to the district. We also ask the compliance standards to be easy for ESD staff to verify and realistic for industry operations. The living wage is well intended, but the sector includes a lot of part-time, tip, seasonal, event-based work. The standard might be too difficult to apply. So the same is true for the hours. Good operators can be held to clear standards on noise, safety, outdoor seating, responsible service without forcing every business into the same model. As we move forward, we want the resources to sponsors and the ESD staff. We want to support this initiative. We just want to make sure the guidelines leave enough room for the kind of district building businesses Bloomington says it wants. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else on Zoom? Any stragglers in chambers? Okay, then that concludes our public comment period. Now we are moving back to final questions and comments. Councilmember Strasburg.
I guess I would want to skip any other final questions I have and just kind of raise making a motion to postpone this, and that might mean that we have to postpone indefinitely because we're right in front of recess. I think that I would need to be reminded of whether we can postpone something over recess or whether.
You can.
We can.
Just state July 22nd.
Okay,
is the
great.
next one.
I think that there are some things that need amended. I know that I'm really concerned about some of the discretionary language without the definition. I really appreciate Ms. Williams, the co-founder of Heartwork Brewing. She emailed as well. Thank you for coming to comment and reminding me about that Section 7. And I think that we talked about that last year with Stadium District stuff in terms of like how to figure out that balance of basically revenues and how that works in different ways. I also appreciate Mr. MG mentioning the living wage thing and tips, because that was also something that I'm not sure how a living wage works with tips. And then Councilmember Piedmont-Smith also mentioned a couple of things that her careful reading thought might need amendment. So I guess to that end, I'll move that we postpone Resolution 2026-12 until our next meeting on July 22nd.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Could you repeat the date? I didn't.
July 22nd. So that's our next meeting after a break.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to second. Yeah, I was going to say I'm happy to second that too, but I do have a discussion point.
Okay, Councilmember Asari.
Yeah, I'm happy to take it back. One consideration is because I do think it would be nice to clarify some of this language. I think that's all fine. I'll just say, though, sort of the way that we were thinking about this is that the resolution sort of is saying in broad terms and intent, we still need to, by ordinance, create the actual agreement. And so this is sort of saying, this is, generated this type of conversation. It allows us to say, hey, these are some of the things we want to adjust and fix for the, for the specific, what do you call it, for the specific agreement. So I'm happy to take this back and just bring it back as a resolution. Regardless, we're going to have to bring it as an ordinance anyways. So, the other approach would be pass it as is. We get a lot of the comments, and then we go back with a more official ordinance to establish the agreement. So.
I guess I would prefer not to do that, just because I know sometimes staff, they look at these resolutions, and then especially some of the things that Councilmember Piedmont Smith pointed out in the 60%, which are really fixed in the resolution, and so then for staff to go against that, I think that enters some awkwardness, especially since as a legislative body, I actually want the administration to read carefully and listen to what we're doing.
No, I think that's a really good point. Yeah.
Great. Councilmember Rosenberger.
I'm sorry, did you say, let's not talk about suggestions now and I'm sorry.
The discussion on the table is postponement.
Okay, I'm happy to postpone, and I have suggestions that can be shared at any time.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Great. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Ruff? Rosenberger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes and will be discussed again on July 22nd, our next regularly scheduled meeting. And now I will hand the gavel back over to Council President Asari.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the public comment and the time for being here. Are there any other motions?
I move that ordinance 2026-14 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
I'm sorry, I didn't. Yes. Councilmember Rosenberger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
No.
Asari?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
All right, will the clerk please read?
Will you give me just a moment, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
Would you like me to read? I'm happy to read. I've never got a chance to. I don't have it in front of me. Go ahead.
I was about to say, are we allowed to? Because
I think by ordinance, the clerk is required to read, so.
See?
Respectfully, thank you so much. Yeah, just give me a moment, please, and I apologize for the delay. Heard that. Okay, sorry about that. Ordinance 2026-14 to amend Title II of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Administration and Personnel to require councilmember sponsorship of legislation under Chapter 2.04. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance, sponsored by Councilmember Piedmont Smith, adds a new paragraph to the Bloomington Municipal Code, Section 2.04.270, to require councilmember sponsorship of each item of legislation except for the annual budget legislation and appropriation ordinances.
All right, thank you very much. You want to do something else?
I move that ordinance 2026-14 be adopted.
Second.
Cool. All right, Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
I really don't have anything to add.
Most excellent. Do we have any amendments? All right, public, would you like to comment on this? Oh, so vehement. Anybody online? Fantastic. Back to council. Would you like to comment on this? Councilmember Stasberg?
I do want to comment on this because we got some questions last time, and I just want to emphasize that this is, like, the point of this is to not control the agenda, not, like, keep things from the public, but when things are actually presented to the full council, that they have already been through some element of vetting so that common questions are already answered within the presentation, and things like the amendment that I made earlier to the loans between utilities in Ordinance 2026-13 might not be necessary because the language already makes sense to somebody who's not an attorney and not a specialist in the field, so that then there is just less need for question and confusion because it has the clarity. And so that, I think, was the gist of what I wanted to say in terms of response from some of the questions that were brought up at public mic last time. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Wow. Will the clerk please call the roll? Oh, Councilmember Piedmont Smith. In the nick of time.
Sorry, had to physically raise my hand because I couldn't get to the button. Yeah, I do think, of course, since I'm the sponsor, it's not a surprise that I support this legislation. I do think it will help communication between the mayor's administration and council. And to address some of the public comment we received last week, the commenter felt that sponsorship was a form of permission or a gate that legislation had to go through. And I just wanted to remind everybody that we already have the ability to not introduce legislation just by vote of the council. The council president does decide whether or not to put something on the agenda, but at any time we can, there's always a vote whether to actually hear it. So I don't think this is creating any more of a barrier to hear legislation than what we already have. The other concern was that there are no standards for council members to follow when they decide whether or not to sponsor legislation. They would it's just up to them. But I think since there are 9 of us and we all have different ways of thinking about things and different priorities, I don't see the hazard. I don't see that there's more than a minuscule chance that a legislative item will not find sponsorship. So I also don't think that concern will come about. Another concern expressed last week was that decisions about sponsorship are made behind closed doors. And while that's true, there are many decisions along the way that are made, before legislation is ready, that are made behind closed doors, because we work on things, we talk back and forth with the mayor's administration, we talk amongst each other. We make a lot of decisions before we bring something forward, and I don't think the public is losing anything by having a council sponsor. I think, as a matter of fact, they'd be gaining something because they'd have another elected representative looking at a piece of legislation earlier, and I think that's for the good of the public overall. Another concern that was voiced last week is that this would lead to fewer questions in the public domain during council meetings. And I also find that very doubtful, because there would be 8 other council members that hadn't sponsored the legislation who would raise questions. And there are people like me who raise questions just for the benefit of the public, even if I know the answers, much to the chagrin of some of my colleagues. So overall, I just wanted to mention those because I did take seriously the commenter from last week, and I thought about these things, but I still stand by the legislation as it's written. Thank you.
Most excellent. Thank you, Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Just a brief thank you to the committee and to Councilmember Piedmont-Smith for sponsoring. I think, as was noted in the memo, I think I maybe was the one who initially brought this to the committee when I was on it last year, and we didn't get to this stage of legislation at that time, so I appreciate their follow-through, and I'm glad to support it tonight.
Thank you so much. Other comments? Tremendous. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont-Smith?
Yes.
Sulik?
Yes.
Sorry.
No.
Daly?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenberger?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That passes, and we have concluded a marathon of legislation. Hooray! The last moment now for public comment. If you did not comment during the first session and you were like, I really want to comment now, now's your chance. Did you comment during the first session? Oh, no, you did. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I missed the earlier public comment. Goodness. Okay, my name is Jamie Scholl, and I want to speak briefly about food resilience and some of the challenges facing agriculture today. A number of trends are converging simultaneously. The LFPA grants and other grants have ended, affecting both the food supplies at the local food banks and local farm income. Farmers across parts of the Midwest are facing critical drought conditions. Parts of Nebraska are critically low, with an estimated 25 to 40 days of water in reservoirs. Because of inflation, increased fuel costs, weather, fertilizer supply disruptions, farmers are succumbing to financial strain. Buyers of farm acreage are agribusinesses snapping up land for consolidation, implementing precision agriculture and narrow AI at scale to maximize shareholder value. Many modern tractors now function as rolling computers and can include interconnected fleets, something I found out just today. Farmers have found themselves locked into proprietary software systems that limit repairs, access to diagnostic tools, and even control over the data generated on their own farms. They increasingly depend on software-controlled equipment, subscription services, also known as SaaS, and data platforms that move farm data into centralized corporate systems that degrade the environment and transfer wealth to Wall Street. The ongoing right to repair movement illustrates a larger question. Who owns the tools, data, infrastructure that our centralized food system depend on? Who is controlling our food supply? And what are their goals? A resilient alternative is to strengthen the local food system. Small farms, farmers markets, farm stops, gardens, orchards, poultry keeping, local processing, and seed companies and nurseries help keep dollars circulating locally while increasing transparency and adaptability. Maine has taken an innovative approach through its Food Sovereignty Act. It allows municipalities greater control over local food system. It demonstrates that communities can implement policies that strengthen local food security through sovereignty to retain control locally. The state of Indiana is making small move in this direction through an expansion of the home-based vendor law that goes into effect in a few weeks on July 1st. As Bloomington continues discussing sustainability, resilience, and economic development, I encourage us to consider creating a position for a food systems coordinator and educator, funding a local seed bank, supporting processing facilities, and providing education on food storage, which is desperately needed with the environmental, political, and technological issues we currently face.
Thank you.
I also
That's your
encourage the
time.
council to consider integrating food sovereignty in a municipal code, as has been done by cities such as Waterville, Maine. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Anyone online for a final comment? Thank you all for being here. Council, let's move to questions of council schedule. As you hopefully are aware, we do not have a meeting for the next 6 weeks. Please enjoy that time. Goodbye. Oh, importantly, we do have a joint session tomorrow with the county if you're able to make it. I know some of us aren't going to be able to make it, but if you're able to make it, please, we just had quorum, so please go and go to the bathroom.
For council members who are not planning on not attending, if you could please let me know.
Please let the clerk know.
Before you leave tonight, I'd appreciate it.
And I just want to make sure to announce the fiscal committee meeting that is on Friday at 8:30.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, everybody, have a wonderful break. This meeting is adjourned.